No.
Ah! Who nutted? Why was there a... Oh, Shade, you're just sitting there lingering in, just existing in hiding. Fuck, that scared me. I was so not prepared for just a nut sound effect all of a sudden. Holy shit. Okay, fuck, what was I doing? Fuck, how do I link a... Hang on. Copy link. Can I... How do I link a voice channel in Discord? Because it's not hashtag. Harm, eat the mic. Sorry. Is that better? Do I need to turn the music down? No. We'll turn the music.
What the dog doing?
All right, hang on. My computer's just loud. All right. There's music? Yes, there's music. How do you not hear in the background? It's always there. It's the same song that's always playing. There's music? God damn it. Now I know you're taking the piss. Alright, let me do... I mean, I am, but what music? It's the music in the back. It's... Do you guys not hear Greenlight Drive? Hang on. Twitch. Channel. Bah. Channel. Oh, it's so quiet. It's so fucking quiet. Bah. Channel. Is that better? That might be better. Oh, it's so quiet. It's so fucking quiet. Channel. Is that better? That might be... Oh. Yeah, that's louder. Alright. Let me do my postings much better. It's, yeah, I apologize. That is something that's always been there. Now it's slightly more audible. I want it to be in the background, like you can hear it, but also not fucking loud. Hi, Fen.
Balls, my big old balls.
Alright. Dream. There. Alright. Oh, maturity rating. I'll explain this in a second, but this is pretty much going to be a just chatting stream. But I will explain the first just chatting stream in a long time. I'll explain it. Gasp. Oops. Alright, and now I gotta post this in other places. Let me go get food. Go get food. Go get a snack. Fucking blast my ears with the squeak. That's right, I'm alone. I can just turn that shit down. I'm eating a burger. I'm not eating a burger. I don't have burger money. I'm eating a burger. I'm not eating a burger. I like how Tigress redeemed it for channel points. Like our points are just actively scamming people, which is damn it. So Fennec is just like anyways, the channel points. The sound alert part of the channel points is a relic of a bygone era. Oh my god, I just got a sudden headache. I don't have my VTuber open. Made you think I'm spending my points, Nim always. Hang on. I'm eating a burger. Ah. Pa pa pa. Pa pa pa. Bow. I'm eating a burger. Y'all are just spamming the burger one now. Can you like look at me? Thank you. Ba. 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 Oh wow. Okay. I'm wording my mouth.
What the dog doing?
Properly. That delay though. That could be just an issue with distance. I'm eating a burger. Okay. I think that's set up. Distance between you and a burger. There is a big distance between me and a burger, yes. I'm like mentally... Anyway, I'm getting undistracted real quick. Gonna go do an eat. Go do an eat. I'm like mentally psyching myself up for this stream. I need to go get a new bottle of water here in a second because the one I have here is almost empty. But I gotta mentally prepare for this one. Where's hot sauce? Hot sauce is over there. I don't know. I am actually... You know what? Hang on. Do we have a That's Hot Twitch? Hang on. I gotta take away this power before you guys actually fucking take advantage of it. Where's it at? Where's it at? Viewer rewards. There it is. Power up channel points. Manage channel points. Where's the hot sauce one? There it is. Disable. There we go. Took away your sauce. But I'm gonna give it back. I'm gonna give back my the sauce. Still have pain. We do still have pain. I'm scared to know what that'll mean in this instance. Extensions. Here we go. Pain is staying, but pain I feel like is something that got earned if you redeemed it. It's something that you actually earned, so it's not something I'm mad about. Here we go. Sound alerts. Am I doing this wrong? I think I'm doing this wrong. Back to Twitch. Paper cut hot sauce. Ew. Oh my god, no. Channel, here we go. Oh.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi. What's up?
We're live.
Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. Love you guys.
did that before. Yep. It happens. I think Yay is gone. Yeah, Yay is gone.
Right.
Rar. There was a rar. I can't do as good of a moth jump scare. Okay. My alerts. Here's what we're gonna do. Do we have the "that's hot" sound effect? We do have the "that's hot" sound effect. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. $500 bits for...
Nut.
There we go. 500 bits to play.
Oh, that's hot. That's hot.
And if that gets redeemed, then I gotta drink hot sauce. And that's gonna be just for this stream. Anyways. Hello, Yele. Welcome to chat after joining the call. I'm like trying to mentally prepare for this still. I don't think I'm ever going to be fully prepared for the fucking word vomit that I'm about to do. You know what? We're just gonna animation. This is gonna be a tab you guys are gonna. God fucking damn it. Hang on. Alright, there we go. Hi. Hello. I'm here. I'm live. Nobody's guessed what I'm doing. Guess what you said you were making food. You stay out of the Milton Blast Zone. Yeah, stay out of the Milton Blast Zone. It means...
a burger.
Oh my god. I do want to comment on Hurricane Milton. Didn't know that was its name for a minute. So every time I kept seeing anything about Hurricane Milton, I thought it was a town that was nearby me. Because we do have, there's a town nearby called Milton. And every time I've seen like Milton is now a 5, I'm like, that shit's like a 2 at best. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? 500 for what? Is so good for a hurricane name, but it's a city name for me. So every time I see Milton, I think, oh, the fucking piece of shit town where people get mugged constantly. I would hazard to call it, or I would hesitate to call that a 5. Milton is coming. Oh no. Oh whoa. Okay. I'm gonna. Sounds like a town name for me, and I don't know where the closest one is. There is a Milton, Washington. I don't make it a secret. I do live in Washington. There is a Milton, Washington. I think it's just north of South Hill. I think that's where it's at. I would have to double check, but I believe it's just north of South Hill. Holy shit, you live in Washing Machine. I do live in Washing Machine. Or as the doctors like to call it, wash your Hansington. God, back in elementary school, I remember I would go into the nurse's office. Was this elementary? No, this was junior high. Bean messaged me. Okay, we might have a bean. When are you getting hands? I have hands! Hang on. How do I, ah, ha ha! Oh, it's right click. Oh, ah, ah, ah! I'm starting to lay down. How do I move? Oh god, how do I move upward? Oh, there we go. Hi. Hello. I T-pose. Also, there's like a shadow going on in my eye. Anyways, I don't know if people have seen the full model, but here you go. I could do the stream like this, honestly. You have legs? I do! I have legs! And I have hands that don't move, and I kind of stretch. I never noticed how stretchy I... Oh no, I'm not stretching! I'm actually getting up on my toes. Hang on, let me... I could sit here like that. Or like that. Alright. Anyways, hello. I have a body. I'm not just a floating torso. I have a full-on body. Holy shit, you're turning into a Skylander for real. T-pose on the portal of power. I can't T-pose. I actually can't move my arms. Hang on. I might have a setting for this. Setting. General settings. There should be a hand tracking option. Animate jawbone, sure. Show tracking points. Oh, that's my face. Enable virtual camera. Image capture. How do I hand tracking? I know hand tracking is a thing. Yeah. It's more amusing to think use a floating torso, to be honest. My 2D model is actually just a fucking floating torso. It cuts off at, like, the thighs. I can't. Settings. General settings. Oh, that's a different program. Right, that was Vinyan that did that. Okay, I can't do it here. I kind of think the 2D had larger booba. Did it? Titty. There's the titty. There you go. I don't know. I don't actually know if it had larger. It's hard to tell. Oh. Okay, we're gonna... How do I fix this? How do I actually just... Can I just Shift R? Fuck. How do I reset? You have better tibbies on the... Although, no, to be fair, I had better jiggle physics too on the... Hang on. We're gonna get rid of this program for a second. We're gonna see... We're gonna Vinyan. Because I was using VC Face. I wasn't using Vinyan for this one. If I remember right, it's kind of fucky with this model. That's a sploon. I do like the sploon. But we're not splooning right now. Load avatar. Oh god, I have to actually load the I have to find where I am? Okay, I don't know where I am. Fuck. Is it this folder? Open. Which means I then have to find my Splatoon model. Ba. Ba ba. Oh, it's actually... It's kind of better for tracking. Actually, hang on. I remember having issues with this, but this might actually be a bit better for tracking. Alright, that was kind of fucky. I remember now. That's fine. I didn't want to... Oh, it still is fucky. Okay. Hang on. Open. Ah! Okay. Hang on. This might actually be a bit better. Menu. Oh right, this model doesn't have jiggle physics. It just has physic. Y'all can't even see what I'm rambling about. Model. Vinyan. Bonjour. I am here. Alright, I gotta tweak with the settings real quick for this. Because I was so prepared to be using Vinyan and not, fucking the other thing. Show us the title flow. I can't. Tracking effects. Arm sway. Track hands. Ah! I have hands! I have shitty tracked hands! Can you detect hand? Yes. Hi chat. Hi chat. My hand tracking is terrible. Hi chat. Holy shit, she has hands. Oh my god. Does this mean you can slap? Maybe. God, I bought a 2K webcam and it records in 1080p. Congrats, now get on the portal. I refuse. Fuck, how do I do the, Don't slap me, mommy. Wind force. We're gonna just decrease that. There we go. Anyways, I think that's a bit better tracking. At least that might be a bit better for tracking. I don't know what you guys think. This actually feels a little more expressive. You spin me right round. I don't think I can spin. Ah, no, it's not going to let me spin. Anyways, I have made hands. I have given myself a hands. Can I flip people off? Can I? Yeah, no. I can't. I actually can't. I can't. Yes, I can. Anyways, it did the thing. You can double finger. Can I? I love how... Oh my god, my eyes. My eyes. Okay, this is not working very well. We're going back. We're going back. We're going back. Abort. Abort. We're going back to the tried and true that's not all fucking buggy. Which could be because it's out of date. VC face. Here we go. Alright. Abort release. Anyways. Undo. We've got 5 people here watching this bullshit. Control Z. Anyways, so I'm gonna really quickly go get a I'm gonna really quickly go get a bottle of water and a Rockstar. Because this is not a game stream. We're not gaming this stream. It's always time for BS. Burger. Ha! Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go grab the thingies. I've just finished my water. I literally just finished the bottle of water I have, and then you check Brick. I am gonna warn if that things get used too much, I am going to start disabling things. Get a drink before you break out the PowerPoint and grab a laser pointer. It's going to be fun tonight. It's going to be a fun one tonight. Thanks for the gift sub. Real quick, we did get the check Brick, so... Brick has actually, I think it's... Yeah, it's been pretty spicy today. We're looking at a spicy garlic or an Asian zing right now. So, Brick's been kind of spicy. Anyways, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab the things. And then I'm going to get started. Fuck. Alright, give me a moment. I hadn't even started walking in the door and it already started fucking tracking me. What is up with my webcam? Alright, I'm back. That was a question of me. It was pretty good. I'm pretty alright. Doing okay. I thought it said harm ass. What? I thought you were gone. I just got back. Okay. I'm mentally preparing. So, you have a toggle for your model to do the YMCA or the Macarena when you're gone. I don't know how to animate, but I can talk with some animators to do that. If I can find someone to animate, I can. Oh my god. All right. I'm going to make an attempt to steer us on track. So, I put out a poll recently. It was, rewind a bit. A couple nights ago on stream, I had started doing a ramble of basically the lore of things, of my world, and the goings on. And it was just a quick thing just so I could be like, Kome looks like Evelyn. And after that stream, I put out a poll. And that was to see if people would like to see more about these things. I can put on music in a moment if you guys would like, just so it's not dead quiet. I don't know, have a non-copyright one. Ship, not a train, to be fair. I have to. That's how my streamer brain, that's how I do. I have to like constantly be looking at chat like, what are people saying? I need validation. Anyways, I put out a poll for if people would like to see about these things, or know more about these things. And I would say it went actually a lot better than I had anticipated. Um, there was one no compared to 7 yeses for it. Um, which is funny because I knew exactly who that no was going to end up being before I even put it out. Inserting validation directly into your bloodstream for uh, but yeah. I'm trying to figure out the wording. So basically, what my whole plan for this stream is I am currently, as of right now, sitting in the community streaming channel. So if you are in Just Wings, exclamation point Discord, if you want to get trapped in a Just Wings, if you are in Just Wings, are you still willing to do the tails? What do you mean the tails? Water. Liquid motivation. I can't open it. I opened it. Anyways, as I was saying, what is the origin of your Discord name, by the way? Which are you talking about the Chili's or Chili's? Are you talking about the server name? My nickname on Just Wings? Or are you talking about my actual username? Server. So we had a Chili's. We had a Void Chili's. The Void Chili's was lost to the Void, and there's server lore. Yes, we used to own a Chili's, and the Chili's got lost to the Void, so we regained ourselves, and we formed a Just Wings, which is a subsidiary of Chili's. Hacker ate us, yes.
Hi, welcome to Chili's.
Rip and piss, you will be miss. We can actually headcanon this even further, Yele. You know dissonance? Do you remember dissonance? I don't know if any of chat's gonna remember who dissonance is. I do. So for the people who don't know, Yele made an AI of me that we named Dissonance, because I'm Harmony, so we have Harmony and Dissonance. So we can say that Dissonance ate the server. Because it was me being hacked. Oh. I didn't know she got a name. Yeah, her name is Dissonance. Anyways, to answer Yele's question, yes, I am okay with sharing. That's the whole point of this this stream. This stream is basically gonna act as a brain dump for me. 2 a.m. Oh shit, oh fuck. So this stream is gonna act as a brain dump for me. It's also gonna act as like a Q&A when it comes to basically the stuff I'm gonna talk about here. It's nothing like super bad or anything like that. It's stuff that I am working on. So I just want to like get it out so my community knows about it, so that like, hey, if I start referencing these obscure things that are specific to me, it makes more sense for you guys. So this whole this whole stream, this is gonna be like a series of streams because of how fucking massive this is. There's gonna be multiple streams for this. This first stream is going to sort of be a starting point. It's not an Ask Me Anything stream. It is explicitly not an Ask Me Anything. I will ignore all unrelated topics. I politely ask that we don't talk about anything unrelated. But this is not an Ask Me Anything. This is explicitly what the title says. This is explicitly well, it's titled Project Beats. I should have titled it World of Kuto. It's explicitly going to be for my stories because this is something that I'm super passionate about. But yeah, if you want to join in and if you want to join on the, you'll find out. You'll find out. If you want to join in, if you want to join on the conversation, if you want to ask anything in voice, again, I am sitting in community streaming in Just Wings. Exclamation point Discord if you want to get trapped in Just Wings. I'm sitting in community streaming, so you can pop in, you can say hi, you can join the conversation. I only ask that we try and stay on topic. That's all I ask for. But yeah, this took a little while of psyching up. Can I join one time? I think that'll be fine as long as we stay on topic. Again, I really want to stay on topic for this. Bean said he might join. So we'll see if he. Yeah, that should be fine. But yeah, Bean said he might join, so we'll see if he'll join. But yeah, I'm still mentally psyching myself, and I just gotta kind of like band-aid it at some point. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna start it like this. A couple days ago, back on, was it Sunday? I think it was Sunday. I'm pretty sure it was Sunday. Your cue is when you have a question, Yele. I think it was Sunday. Nope, that's I gotta hang on. I gotta rename this. Rename Honey. Strange magenta canine. I'm purple. I am purple. Look at me. I am purple. Anyways. Nope. Still not correct. On Sunday, I had started the stream with this. So this right here is a timeline of pretty much all of my stories. This shows the exact flow of everything. Just to go over it one more time, it's this falls under a whole like saga called World of Kuto. But this is going to be the full storyline for this whole story arc, basically. After Fall of Kuto, anything that comes after this is not connected to this timeline. It is a separate one that's either going to run parallel or it's going to run after, but it's not going to be related to anything that happened here. The events of Fall of Kuto will affect, the events of Fall of Kuto will affect the rest of the stories going forward, because it is a pretty massive thing that happens there. But basically, it starts off with Project Beats. During Project Beats, there's a little side thing for Akumu. Along with that, there are the Flowering Games and Cloudbreakers that run parallel to each other, and they're running parallel to Project Beats. Project Beats then goes on, and it splits off into the Flowering Games. That's when they start meeting up for these. It also breaks up everyone that's here to go into 3 separate stories. We have Charge and Go, Ignition Drive, and Menrai Special Crimes Division. After that, every single one of these stories will combine together into one single story called Fall of Kuto. For right now, we are going to be sticking to this first saga, being Project Beats, the Flowering Games, and Cloudbreakers. And those take place in the wonderful, wonderful... Hang on a sec. Where is it? Ah, here we go. So this all takes place in the wonderful region that is Kryde. This is a map that someone made for me. Very, very good friend of mine, Gioki, if you ever want to find them. They made this for me. But this is a kind of an old-timey map of Kryde. I really like it for what it is. It's not accurate. For Minecraft server thing. That's different though, because Minecraft server is running like a whole group of people, whereas this is just my own brain. Anyways. So it's the same thing. It's not the same thing. It's really not the same thing. I have actually wanted to... I have made a couple attempts at this, but I have wanted to make ground in Minecraft. Anyways, this is Kryde. Kryde is a wonderful, wonderful, lush, kind of foresty area in the kind of eastern part of Kuto. It's almost to the waterfront. It's not quite there. There's another region right next to it, which we'll get to later. But there's a region next to it called Menrai, which is on the waterfront. It's really, like, it's connected to the ocean. Above it is Adir, which is the next setting for the next generation of my world. There's also going to be a region on that side and on the bottom, corners and whatnot. But for right now, all that matters is Kryde. Kryde is the important one. Some fun fact about Kryde before I start touching on like what everything is on here. Fun fact is the names of my regions so far, that might change, but for Kryde, Menrai, and Kuto, they all have something to do with Kamen Rider. All of those names. And it's it's not clever. It's not clever at all. Kuto is just the word toku, but spelled like spelled wrong. If I do this, you can see what I'm talking about. I'm just pointing this out because I think it's a really silly thing that I did. It's a nice reference while also being like, hey, that's a cool name for a fucking region. The other one is Kryde, which is the K in common, and ride in rider. So it's Kryde. And then Menrai is the is that. So each of my regions so far has some reference to Kamen Rider in it because I'm a fucking nerd. Oh yeah, it's literally that simple. It is that simple. But if you look at the way it's spelled, it looks like it has nothing to do with that. It's amazing. Kuto, you might be able to figure out that it's Toku, just spelled wrong. But I can promise you that if you were to point out, or if you were to show someone the word Kryde, and not tell them it has to do with Kamen Rider, they would never be able to figure it out. Oh, I like the name too. I think Cride's awesome. I fucking love. It is a bit of personal bias because I love this region, but the fucking name of the region is just badass. Let me move myself off to the side. There we go. So we can have Mom's PowerPoint presentation on screen. But yeah, this is Cride. Say hello to Cride. There's a few notable landmarks on here. So these crests will point out, or I'll talk a little bit more about here in a moment. But these crests signify a sort of antagonist base. These crests signify an antagonist base. The Webbed Woods is a piece of scrapped content. I had a thing here. I had a thing in the Webbed Woods where it was like... what was it? It was like a hybrid. There was a Drider that lived there. It was a whole thing. I ended up scrapping it. I can't figure out a way to make it work right now, so I got rid of it. This is a town I will touch on later, or not later, but in a little bit. It has to do with the prologue to Project Beats. You can't woods. Well, no, the whole thing is a forest, but this specific, the Webbed Woods, is just something that I don't, or that I got rid of. The actual trees and shit are still there, but there's not like a hidden thing here. It's just a forest. It's just a forest that's connected to the rest of it. What about fairies? This is just a... So this is the setting of this is more of a modern timeline. I know this looks old. This map it was designed to be like specifically made as if it was an old style map. But in reality, it's just, this isn't high fantasy. This is not high fantasy. The map looks high fantasy because it was designed to look that way. It's not actually high fantasy. The actual map, if you want a little hint at this, the original image before Geo made a new map for me, this is what Cride originally looked like. This is what the map of Cride originally looked like. So you can probably tell that this map is a massive step up comparatively. This is so much more professional, whereas this fucking thing is like... Are the common folk the only people with abilities? Yes and no, and I will get to that. I will get to that, don't worry. Anyways. So, back to the map. I will answer more questions here in a moment, but back to the map. So before we start touching on cities, again, each of these little icons that are dotting around are... I'm using like... Can I use my mouse as a pointer? Is that a thing I can do? Fuck. Hang on. Projector. Create stream output projector. As boring as my character is, would you still use him? Maybe. We can talk about that out of stream. For right now, we're just going to focus on, you know, what's actually canon right now. Let me... Is there a way to do a pointer in Streamlabs? General. Widgets. I thought there was a way to have a pointer. Hang on. Fuck, am I stupid? Projector. Scaling, transform. We're all stupid. I swear, there is a way to do a pointer. When you open up source settings, do you have show cursor box? Right. Source. Hang on. Fuck, how did I do that? Fuck, how do I... That's audio settings. Enable dual output. Hang on. Source settings, show cursor box. How do I get to source settings? I don't have a little settings thing. Do that so quick. Oh God. No, it's not that. I just see audio. Why do I only see audio settings and not source settings? Fuck. Show alert box. This is show images, show models, push to show, no. Oh, because that's hotkeys. Notifications, appearance. Am I crazy? It's not that. It's not that button. Overlays. I don't see the setting you're talking about, Fen. I don't have a source settings. Open up source settings. Where's source settings? Am I blind? Safe mode, event filtering, media share. Nope, don't want to log out midstream. Stream. Multi-stream. General hardware acceleration, alignment snap. Where's a restart? Am I blind? Hang on. Give me a second. I'm going to do a Google. How do I show my mouse in Streamlabs? Can't see my cursor when streaming. Okay, how do I find source settings? Streamlabs source set. I am embarrassed to look this up, however... I don't see a button for source. I see add sources. Webcam source. Oh, wait. Wait, that might be... Hang on. Hang on. Check Dudge. Am I... Okay, thank you, Fen. Fuck! That is where I thought you were gonna go. Shit! That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work for this. That's okay. Alright, well... I'm gonna have to do my best to verbally describe these things. Alright. Back on topic. Because now we have an understanding of why I can't show my mouse. Which is fine. Which is fine. I'm not upset about it. I'm annoyed, but I'm not upset. So. Can you just use a PNG asset? Yes! Oh my god, yes! You're a fucking genius, Fennec. Give me a pointer finger. Just use your hands, forehead. Or you know what? I have the perfect... Hang on. Give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds, and I'm gonna have the perfect pointer made. Oh, fuck. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Cinda. Here we go. Oh, fuck. That's fine. That's fine. I can work with that. Give me this. Okay. Select pencil. Okay. Okay. Oh, shit. That's okay. Copy canvas. Or no, file. Create canvas from clipboard. All right. Now I need to add a layer that is like that so I can see what I'm doing. And then I just start erasing. Oops. This is going to be terrible, but I love it. This is going to be one of these so bad, it's good type of things. I'm taking one of the character's weapons, and I am erasing out things. And I'm going to use it as a pointer. Yeah, we'll just erase off that part. That's fine. I'm going to use this as a pointer. No, no, like a thing I can point with. This is gonna be so shitty. This is gonna be so shitty. Can we use bean in a jar next time we pretend we don't see it? What do you mean, Fen? Okay. Delete that file, export PNG, sword. I need an image. Add source, new source. Hang on, I didn't save it right. I didn't save it right. It's so scuffed. Give me a moment. Kevis background, transparency. Kevis background, transparency. Export, pink, sword. Yes. Here we go. All right. This is gonna be my pointer. I'm gonna use this as my pointer. Hell yeah. All right. So tip of the sword is How do I do rotations? You know what? That doesn't matter. I don't care. Tip of the sword's going to be what I'm using to point with. All right. Okay. We have we have pointing action. All right. So, as I was saying, this whole thing is the map of Kryde. This is Kryde. These are the different. This is just everything. Fuck. Give me my sword back. Thank you. Shit. We gotta do this after we get your hand tracking fixed. No, I don't. That's gonna take a lot more work than you think it will. Because this is a new webcam. This is like new thing. Like this is a lot. That is a lot more work. So no, that's money and work I'm not gonna invest into this. Anyways, can I continue now? Now that that's done. This is Kryde. So this is basically the map of Kryde. And you can see everything that's going on in it. Basically, as I was saying, each of these little like shield insignias that you're seeing here, these all kind of represent a different sort of enemy base. They relate to Project Beats in a way, and I'll touch on that in a bit. But all you need to know, these shields you're seeing are evil sons of bitches. This right here, this is a ruins. It's related to the prologue for Project Beats. Hang on. No, they're not Crusaders, they're monsters. Okay. Let me zoom this out. Fuck. So this right here, this is basically the ruins of a city. This relates more to the prologue for Project Beats, which again, I will explain here in a moment. That's going to be the first thing I explain. This tree does have significance. This random fucking tree in the middle of nowhere is important. This tree right there. That is a very magic space. It relates to a lot of things for Act 2, as well as Fall of Kuto. That's fine, Fen. You can get some sleep. This will be here for when you wake up. It's not a big deal. Um, anyways, so this tree is just a massive kind of world tree, basically, that's just in the middle of Kuto, or Kuto? Cried. Again, webbed woods up here. This is scrapped content. This is content that's not in the story anymore. It was a thing, but I got rid of it because I couldn't get it to work. What else is important? I guess the last bit of importance is this lake here. This isn't actually a lake. It was drawn as one, but this is actually a crater that's underneath Tolden. So there's a crater here, of where is it? 'Cause spiders? Yes, kind of. Not really. It's cut for different reasons. It was just storylines that I am not or wasn't able to get to fit into the rest of the world. It just didn't make any sense, so I got rid of it. But yeah, this lake is not actually a lake, it's a crater. It was just drawn as a lake because this was not done on request. This was, hey, I wanted to do this thing, which I fucking love this map still. But yeah, as far as cities go, we of course have I'm gonna get there, Yele, don't worry. So this, as far as cities go, we have a steampunk city here known as Tolden. This is where Cloudbreakers takes place. We have Blossom Town up here. This is where the Flowering Games takes place. And we have Ground City, which is where two different stories happen. Project Beats, as well as a story called The Queen's Gems, which I didn't put on the timeline because of the way the Queen's Gems works. It's a story that's only relevant for Project Beats and Ignition Drive, but it basically sets up lore for this tree here, as well as Evelyn. Evelyn is... Oh, hang on. Map. Evelyn is behind me. Evelyn is her. This is Evelyn. Yes, spelled exactly like that. This is Evelyn. Evelyn serves as a sort of main antagonist. She wears a tiny top hat, which I think is fucking hilarious. But she is basically the main antagonist of all this stuff. She plays a huge part. Is she a top? Absolutely. However, that's a smash you don't want to do. That's a smash that results in your death. Don't recommend it. Let's not talk about how kinky it is, though. She's basically a demon queen. So she's an evil demon queen who's fucking shit up. But yeah. Sorry, I don't have... I should have set this up. This is the sort of thing where, like, this is setting up the background stuff. Once I start going into, like, the details of stories, it'll be a lot easier for me to go through everything. It's just, in terms of the background stuff, it's a little more difficult because I don't have, like, all the bullet points set up like I should have. But yeah. I think that's it for the setup of Cried. Why is she a fops? Because she wanted to be a fops. I don't have a specific reason for why they're the species they are. But yeah. I think with that, we can go on to our first story. And the title of this. Hang on. So we're going to go on to our first story, which is too big to fit on screen. Project Beats. Yes. Yes, it is. This is where the dimension stuff is important. This is where the dimensions and shit comes into play. I'm going to say this right now. There is potential for all of these to be turned into proper, like, written out stories to be published, or not published, but put online. There's potential for these to be turned into comics. So, I am gonna go into spoilers. I am gonna go into the details of everything. I am not gonna hide anything. If you want to wait fucking years for that stuff to happen, you're welcome to leave. I don't blame you. But otherwise, who wants to see some fucked up shit happen? This is not the fucked up. This is not as fucked up as a lot of the other ones. Fuck you, I'm staying. This is not as fucked up as some of the other ones. This is just Project Beats. Project Beats is a story. Funny enough, this one image here is from Act 3. Project Beats is a story that's broken up into 4 acts, and I'm currently using the sword of her as a pointer. So, I'm using her sword to point at things. As I said before, here's what I'm going to do. We're going to leave this. I think we're going to leave this up in the corner as a chat background. We're going to put that over there. No, not at all. That's a cat, first of all. We'll talk about Iris later. Right now is Act 1. Or the prologue, actually, because it's broken up into 4 acts with a prologue and a side story. So, shit's gonna get confusing, and I'm sorry. Debatable species. It's not debatable. It is cat. Anyways. I'm mentally preparing myself. So, Project Beats prologue. So Project Beats follows the story of a girl by the name... Hang on. Whoops. Wrong source. Add source. Project Beats follows the story. I am okay. I'm excited and nervous because this is stuff that I'm excited about. This is stuff that I love talking about, but at the same time, it's like stage fright. So I am sort of pushing myself to talk, but it's so that I can actually share things. Nervousness is normal. Yeah, I am fully aware. Where is a not fucking lewd image that I can share? I guess I could use that. This is an image that has created a lot of misconceptions. Speak it like you're a porn star. That's for later. This is an image that has created a lot of misconceptions. I'm going to say this right now. Despite being music themed, despite her holding a guitar, this has nothing to do with them being in a band. They are not in a band. They reference themselves like they are in a band because they are very music themed and they all play a role similar to a band. Conveniently, Yele, conveniently, our star of the show and everyone's favorite is Lucinda Rosley. She is the first character I have... Yes. She's the first character I've ever created. I made her back when I first got into the fandom. Um, how do I like lock this? I don't think I can lock this on top. I created her back when I first got into the fandom. She was the first character design I ever made. On top of that, I used her as a representation of myself. She was my Sona for a while. Canonically speaking, she is an alternate version of me. I specifically designed her to be an alternate dimension counterpart of myself. So, yes, the Harmony you're seeing on screen and Lucinda are technically the same person. We're gonna get into that fuckery here soon, but there's a lot of fuckery that is surrounding this. But yeah, on top of Lucinda, however, she has. Let's see, I like how you evolve. Thank you. On top of Lucinda, however, there's another character. Because Lucinda is not alone. Where is she at? On top of her, we have. Fuck. Fuck. Top of her, we have Cyan. We have Lucinda Rosley and Cyan Azur. These two are our duet. They are the stars of the story. They are the heroes of the world. They're basically inseparable. There's a lot of things going on screen. I'm sorry. So this is Cyan, who is currently in front of my pointer. No, they're not gay with each other. I do have sexualities for everyone, though. Lucinda is bi and Cyan is... Fucking goddamn it. Lucinda is bi and Cyan is asexual. So, a little story on them. Lucinda has no feet. I have a better image of that. Actually, yeah, you can see it right there. She has prosthetic feet on. They are not. And I'm going to be very adamant about that. They are not. But yeah, Lucinda doesn't have her feet. I'll touch on that in a moment. But she doesn't have her feet, and Cyan is dead. I actually have, for her reference sheet, browse. Her reference sheet is cool because it is, you can kind of see it. Her refs are transparent, so you can see me behind her. I did this very intentionally. I get aggressive about that, by the way, so don't do that. I very intentionally asked to have her refs be transparent because she is a ghost. She is a spirit. And basically, she she possesses Lucinda for the most part. They do sometimes separate for Cyan to go off and fuck around on her and do her own thing, while Lucinda does her thing. But for the most part, Lucinda is being possessed by Cyan. I think I remember that. Yeah. A good way to tell if she's being possessed, I think you could see it. Yeah, you might be able to see it in this image. We're gonna make this nice and big. We're gonna make this image big. Here we go. Here we go. So if we look at this image right here, you can see how she has... You can see how she has a blue eye, whereas in this one, she has an orange eye. Whenever this blue eye is there, it will always be this eye unless she is in full control. Whenever this blue eye is there, that means Cyan is currently possessing her. So every time one of her eyes is blue, she's being possessed. If it's orange, she's not there. if they're both blue, that means Cyan is in full control. On top of that, I can't really show this because a lot of these images are fucking lewd. But hang on. We're going to put this back. We're going to get this back in the corner. Ah, here we go. Okay. Let me see if I can show it. Because on top of that, she has... Browse. Can I show this? Where's the Lucinda folder? Fuck, where's the Lucinda folder? There it is. No, I can't show it because they're all lewd. Ah! No, I won't show that one. That's also lewd, but I'd have to make it hidden to... Or I have to find a way to make it hidden before I can show it, because if I crop it, it's... We'll get there. Again, it's stuff I will get to, don't worry about it. This image kind of works. It's safe. This is a safe image. Oh, and it's huge. Cool, perfect. Cyan is also a reason why... Cute. It's adorable. I love this full image. I will post the full image on the art tab. I'll post the full image on the art tab in a moment because this is a really nice image. I don't want to show it because Twitch has been very angry about their TOS lately, and it could break TOS, so I'm not going to. But basically, a thing that Cyan ended up being the result of is, as you can see in this one, both eyes are fine. You don't have the blue eye. You also see there's nothing around it. In this one, you can see there's like this marking around her blue eye. That is because it's like a scar because of how long Cyan's been possessing her. She ended up with this like wispiness around her eye that is similar to what's around Cyan's eye. Yeah, that's Cyan. Yeah, you can kind of see it. You can kind of see it around her eyes, the same wispiness. But yeah, because of Cyan, she's got that around her eye. Okay, let me send this in the art tab real quick. Do you regret her being a puppet? What are you talking about? There is no puppet here. Because Lucinda and Cyan are two completely separate people. Cyan will possess Lucinda. However, Lucinda is still awake. She is still doing her own thing. She just has someone else in her head. Her entire existence seems to be for Cyan to take her. I will explain. Don't worry. There is an explanation. It's not like that. It's a symbiosis, really. It's a thing I'll touch on here in a moment. Don't worry. But yeah, that is the important out of the way. I'm gonna pull up this image. Yes, again, I'm going to touch on it. Don't worry. I'm going to touch on this stuff. Don't worry. You were like me when I went to visit PopCap in the 8th grade. I asked too many questions, and they were all about stuff that I couldn't be that they could not be talking about. So I would love to answer your question, but I promise you, I will get there. Ooh, hi Tigress. The next important part about this prologue, image, add source. I'm going to say this right now because this image can be sensitive for some people. It is a safe image for me to show on Twitch, I believe. I don't see any reason why there would be a problem with it. But it can be sensitive for some people. So if you might get bothered by something like death or blood, I would recommend you look away. But otherwise, if you are going to look away, then I will let you know when you can look back because I'll hide the image. But this is the only image I have that I can pull up of this character. The other one is kind of NSFW. It's just a reference sheet, but it has bits on it, so I can't pull it up. But this, because every story needs a villain. This is the villain of Project Beats, and that is Akumu. Akumu has a backstory, or she has a side story. I'm gonna hide that just a little bit. It is a spoiler, but also it's. I will explain it. When I do explain it, I can move Lucinda. But this is Akumu. She is our antagonist. Similar to Cyan, she is a ghost dragon. Just a quick fire. Suppress my soul. Quick fire for her side story. I will explain it more at some point, but not this stream. I might dedicate a stream to Akumu. I might lump it in with another Project Beat stream. But basically, she is from an alternate dimension. She, in her base dimension, is studying medicine. She's looking to create cures for things. One of the things she's studying is a very cliche cure for cancer, because sure, fuck, why not? But what basically ends up happening is she creates this drug, and she goes to test it out on her cat. It's just a pet cat that she has, not like the kinky way, like just like a feral, regular ass cat that we would have as normal people. Is cancer not curable in her reality? So at this point in time, this was created in 2016. This is when there isn't even a cure for cancer. No, there wasn't even one when I created this. So it's not curable. Or is it curable now? Sorry, now we're getting into questions that I don't know. Is cancer curable now? I haven't followed modern medicine. I don't think it is. There is now. It's based on viruses. Interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, I created this. I created Akumu's backstory back before that was a thing, because I started working on this in 2016. So I didn't know there was a cure for cancer now. It's not quite, but there's some pretty big breakthroughs in recent time. Yeah. No, so this was all like before this stuff. Realistically, time-wise speaking, because the shit, like huge things. That's fucking awesome. I didn't know that. That's sick. I love it. Time-wise, no, there is not a cure for cancer in her reality. But that's literally because there's also not one in the base reality at the time. Akumu's shit, before she reaches the main reality, there's like a whole 6-year-long adventure that she goes on. It's quick fire. She just collapses dimensions. But there's like a 6-year-long adventure she's on before she reaches the base reality and Project Beat starts. So, realistically, no, there isn't a cure for cancer. If given enough time and less villainy, I'm sure she would have found one. Anyways. So, wow. I go to talk about my stories and learn that there's a cure for cancer. Holy shit. This is the timeline that I'm living in. There are viruses you can have injected in your. That's fucking awesome. Fuck. I didn't know about that. More into magic? No. I will explain. So, Akumu, quick fire for Akumu. Again, all of this stuff is going to be spoilery. You had your spoiler warning. Akumu, she basically is studying medicine. She starts trying to develop a cure for cancer. She ends up creating this drug that she gives to her cat. The thing with that happens though is instead of it getting better, because her cat was sick at the time and she wanted to like help it get better, instead of anything good happening to this cat, it basically starts to get not infected, but it like its skin starts to turn black and it starts oozing this like black like pus or like goo. Its voice, it when it goes to say anything, or when it goes to like meow or anything, it sounds like robotic, it sounds tinny, it sounds like if you were to damage a speaker. It gets fucked up. It's not good. Very much inhumane shit. And Akumu is really fascinated by this, and she starts trying to figure out, what is this? How do I take advantage of this? Her Cyan at the time was her best friend. Cyan basically, in the best timeline as far as diseases go. Again, this is 6 years before the start of Project Beats, and even then, there's even more time between now and the start of Project Beats. So, Cyan basically confronts Akumu. They get into an argument. That argument turns into a fight, and that fight ends up turning into a murder. It ends up with Akumu stabbing her Cyan to death. And then you can look back now. I hit it. I'm sorry. You can look back now. Everyone gets like a flash of that because I fucked up. So, because of that, Akumu goes insane. She doesn't freak out, but how many Cyans have Akumu stabbed? I will get there. She goes insane. Something snaps. She gets a bloodlust building up in her. She starts killing more people. She becomes a serial killer. She starts using this drug she created to infect people, or not infect, but like to test out her, serum to try and get the most out of it. She starts trying to create super soldiers. As time goes on, she finds out that there are other realities. She starts trying to tap into that. She starts making strides to jump realities, and all while she's doing that, she's growing more and more insane. She's going on more and more killing sprees, and she ends up going so insane that while trying to talk, or not talk, but while someone is trying to talk to her to get her to, sane herself up, Akumu, in response, shoots herself in the head and kills herself. In doing so, though, there was a part of her that had such a strong will to just keep going. She ends up lingering as a spirit. So she ends up leaving her body and becoming a ghost. And in doing so, she is able to continue her research as well as feed into that bloodlust. On top of that, she has to feed off of soul energy. So she has to start consuming souls in order to keep herself alive. The thing with soul energy is that it is a powerful enough energy source that it is able to fuel a device. No, we're not talking about time travel. She is able to fuel a device that is able to tear a hole between dimensions. There is time travel, but it's not in this story. It's part of another story I'm working on. Not even close, because there's no timelines. It goes off of alternate dimensions. So there is a dimension A and a dimension B. They're both identical. However, there could be one thing similar or one thing different. Like Lucinda, in one dimension, she's brown, like you see here, and another, she's silver. Like it's that type of stuff where there's things that are different, but it's still going along like a timeline. They're each their own timeline. There's progressing at the same time. It's that kind of stuff. So Akumu basically gathers up. Are you the purple Lucinda? Yes, technically. Lucinda. Akumu basically gathers up enough soul energy to fuel a machine to rip a hole in realities, in which she passes through to go into the next dimension. The downside of doing that is once that rift closed, the dimension that was her home dimension collapsed in on itself. So in doing this jump, she essentially deleted her home dimension. She finds out about this because she makes an attempt to go back so that she can have like a place to be like, I rule over this and I am going to go through the multiverse and just take over the entire multiverse. She tries to go back to her home dimension, but then finds out it's a completely different dimension and not the same one that she's from. It causes her to sort of snap and basically go insane and start collapsing more and more dimensions. I'm gonna wait. It respawned. No, it didn't respawn. It wiped it out of existence. She went to a different one. Like, hang on. Let me... Ball. We're gonna use balls to explain what this is. Save image. Pictures, save. Save image. Save. I don't have balls. Save image. Save. Okay. So. Here's basically how it's working. Image, add source. New source. Pictures. I lost the image of my balls. You know what? We'll use these fucking coins. We'll use these coins. Okay. Add source, image, add source. New source, add source, browse. We're gonna use these coins. Because I just have these on my computer. I can just add. Alright. So, these are going to represent dimensions. This red one is going to represent Akumu's home dimension. So basically what happens is Akumu creates a rift between her home dimension and this orange one. In doing so, this dimension is gone. She makes an attempt to go back there, but instead she makes a rift into this dimension. But in doing that, she gets rid of that dimension. No, they're not Beyblade symbols. They're just like they're from Lego. That doesn't matter though. What matters is the coins. Just to recap. Again. Okay. Yes, I am repeating. So again, Akumu, red coin is Akumu's home. That is that is what she considers the base dimension for her, is this red coin. She goes from the red coin to the orange coin. The orange, or in doing that, in doing the jump from here to here, this coin gets deleted. So does not exist anymore. She makes an attempt to go from the orange coin back to the red one. However, because it doesn't exist anymore, she ends up jumping to the blue one. And in result of doing that, that also gets deleted. So she's basically now, after realizing that, she starts going through the multiverse and starts collapsing dimensions as a way to fuel her bloodlust. She's ignorant. No, she was at first because she didn't know the consequences. Because she made the first jump thinking it was fine, everything would be fine. Then when she made the second jump, it was trying to go back. She didn't know it was collapsed, but upon reaching the home, upon reaching the new dimension, she realized that not only was her home dimension collapsed, but the last dimension she was in was also collapsed. So it started out as an ignorance and turned into a way for her to fuel her bloodlust. Does that make sense, chat? Does she feel bad though? I'll explain that. So she has a pattern. After there was still a bit of her that has remorse for killing her Cyan. As a result, she has two first targets, herself and Cyan. She will hunt down that dimension's Cyan and turn them into what's known as an Aegis. A-E-G-I-S. There we go. Aegis. She finds that dimension's Cyan, turns her into an Aegis, which is basically a super soldier, like a super soldier that's doing her bidding. She then hunts down herself, so that dimension's version of herself, and kills them. So those are always her first two victims in every single dimension she goes to. This is what she just this is just what she does now. Sort of. That's just her first two targets. After that, she goes on her own like killing spree, re-energizing, and then collapsing, and like just all of that. Because there is a level, or there is a need for her to rebuild her device. Does she hate herself? Yes, that's why she's killing the alternate versions of herself. Yeah. So it's a self-hate. It is a strong enough self-hate that she herself wants to commit suicide at times, but she can't do that because she is already dead. And she can't really move on because she's basically trapped. Because of that, she goes and kills alternate versions of herself to start out. From there, she amasses an army and she travels dimensions. One of these dimensions is important to note. One of these dimensions is where our first Beats comes into the picture. Browse. Just end the cycle at the beginning, right? She can't time travel. There is no time travel, so there is no going back to the beginning. She's still following the flow of time. It's time travel and dimensional travel are two completely different things. Time travel is on the same world where you can either travel forward in time or backwards in time. Dimensional travel is going to an alternate version of your reality. One is diamond, the other is pearl. Yes! Thank you, Len. Yes. One is diamond and one is pearl. They are two sides of the same coin. But thank you, Yele. But yeah. It's a whole thing. Because of that, she can't just go back to the beginning and end the cycle. Because there is no ending the cycle. So, an important stop on this whole trail is her first encounter with Beats. Now, this is separate from Lucinda. So Beats is our hero of the story, and on one of her stops, in one of the dimensions she stops at, she encounters a version of Lucinda by the name of Yami. So these two are the same person, very, like, physically. It's literally to a point where if you were to get a strand of Yami's fur and a strand of Lucinda's fur, if you were to take those and look at those all the way down to the genetic footprint, it is fucking identical. It's just her dimension. It results in a different, like, fur color. Whereas, like, the genetic string for Yami in her dimension creates the silver fur. For Lucinda, it creates like a cinnamony fur. So yeah, these are both Lucinda. Like, in every way, they're both Lucinda. Yami in her dimension. So Akumu attack, she does her thing. Yami is like, I'm going to put a stop to this. Do they know each other? I'll get there. Yami is like, I'll put a stop to this. I'm going to do a thing. She ends up creating her own, what's known as a Beats driver. I will explain that a little more because it's a little more important when it comes to Lucinda than it is for Yami. She creates her own version of the Beats driver, and she basically turns into her dimension's Kamen Rider Beats. She made it? Yeah, she made her own. She encounters Akumu and is not fully prepared. So Akumu ends up winning. As a result, Akumu possesses Yami and ends up using her creation for evil. So she, instead of becoming Kamen Rider Beats, she becomes Kamen Rider Nega Beats. So she's an evil version of Beats. However, in these events, though, there was something about the way Akumu... No. There's something about the way Akumu made this machine, or like this... I'm getting there. There was something that about the way she created this wormhole generator, whatever you want to call it, um, for her to like transport to a different dimension. Something about the way she made it that left her home dimension behind. On top of that, she was not able to find her dimension's Akumu. His name is Akuma. It's a male version. Um, but he is someone who eluded her for a good while, and when she eventually went to hop dimensions, she brought Yami with her as like a host. She is fully possessing her, like they are part like one and one. If you saw Yami while Akuma was possessing her, most likely the entire time you were talking to Akumu, because Yami was like fully unconscious, not aware of anything. Akuma, or when she did that jump, this dimension that Yami was from stayed around, but it still went through like a cataclysm. As a result, her homeworld was left like a barren wasteland. Akuma seized this opportunity to turn shit into Mad Max. Shit happens in that, and eventually Akuma, he ends up being able to hop dimensions, and he becomes the antagonist for Ignition Drive. So when we cover Ignition Drive, I'll cover Akuma a bit more. Just the important note is Akuma is an alternate dimension version of Akumu. Does that make sense? If I need or if you have any questions or any elaboration that's needed, I will explain. But for the most part, that is the story of Akumu. There's a lot I left out, but in essence, that is the Akumu side story. The siblings from BioShock Infinite. No, kind of, not really. I'm just waiting to see if anyone else has any questions. Len, you got here at a weird time. Um, so just for an explanation, she went to he and he went to her. They are them. No. Akumu tried to hunt down Akuma, but couldn't find Akuma. She was not able to find Akuma. Akuma was able to like hide and just get away from her. She ends up leaving the dimension, and Akuma's like, cool, I can be an evil bastard in this dimension. So, yeah. They never met up, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Because if they met up, you're fine. But yeah, if they met up, then he would have ended up dying, and the story of Ignition Drive would have never happened. No, they never found each other. They do in Ignition Drive, but that's the story for Ignition Drive. That's a different thing. Thank you, Len. I appreciate. Is my voice getting gravelly? I can hear the I can hear the kind of grasshoppery ringing in the back of my throat. Is it starting to get gravelly? A little scratchy, thanks. Ahem. Okay. So that's Akumu. That is the story of Akumu. Now on to Project Beats. I love it when you drink water. Thanks. Now on to Project Beats. So the prologue for Project Beats starts out. There is a time skip between the prologue and Act 1. It's about 3 years, and it's like a whole training montage of just Lucinda preparing and failing. Um, but in essence, what happens? So, key characters for Act 1. Or Act 1, the prologue. We have Lucinda. We have... Gotta add more sources. We have her mother and father, David and Rhonda. David is an important character for another story I'm working on, but I don't want to address that until we get to Ignition Drive, because he plays a whole part in a side story that happens. But we have Lucinda, we have Cyan, we have Akumu, we have David and Rhonda, and then we also have Lucinda's sister, Maria. So this is Maria. Maria's cool. I like Maria. I'm going to put them at roughly the same height so we can see them. The blue eyes is just she has naturally blue eyes. It's not because Cyan is there or anything. Another point I wanted to point out, when Yami is being possessed by Akumu, she has red eyes. So her eyes go red. But yeah, we have Lucinda, we have Maria, we have Cyan, we have David and Rhonda, and we have Akumu. So basically, what's going on? Maria is coming home, right? There is reports of a concert being attacked. It's like a terrorist. They think it's a terrorist attack, but it's reports of a concert attack happening, of a music artist called Dual Dragon getting attacked and the members going missing. One of them getting found dead. This member being Akumu. But they can't find the other member of Dual Dragon. She went completely missing. So Maria's being sent home from her university, and she basically comes home. She catches up with her sister a little bit. They have just, family, fun, bonding times. I like this. This is fun, puppeteering these. Lucinda goes out. She's got a little shed that she does a lot of projects in. So she goes out into her shed, and she starts working on her projects. Maria comes in and is like, "Sup, nerd, what are you making?" And Lucinda's just like, "Oh, I'm just making like a robot and shit. It's fucking cool. Check this shit out. I actually have an image I can use for this." Source. New source. No, I don't want an alert box. I have an image I can use. Image. Add source. New source. I have a prologue Lucinda image. Hang on. Where is it? Lucinda. Where's prologue? Where's prologue Lucinda? There's prologue Lucinda. Hi, prologue Lucinda. Oh my god. So Maria's like, Maria comes in, is like, "Sup, nerd, what you doing?" And Lucinda's just like, "Oh no, I'm just working on some robots and shit." Gods. Sorry, it's just really entertaining to me. Having the fucking prologue image out here. So they go out into the shed, or they're out in the shed, and they're just kind of hanging. They're being sisters. They're vibing. What they don't see is, like, outside, just on the outskirts of her town, of their hometown. Again, hometown is this one. This is her hometown. On the outskirts of their hometown, Akumu rifts in. Akumu is possessing Yami, and she's basically like, "Yep, this is Lucinda's. This is where this dimension's Lucinda is. because ever since her first run-in with Yami, she is like hunting down Lucinda's as well, just because they each time consistently they are a pest. They are a problem that needs to be dealt with. So she riffs in this town and is like, "This is Lucinda's hometown. We're gonna fuck this shit up." Um, so our two sisters just vibing out in the shed. They hear a scream come from their mother. Um, Warning, this is going to get a little bit verbally graphic, and I'm sorry. So, they are going to come, or they're going to be like, what's going on? What happened? They are going to rush inside, and they're going to, like, cry out and, like, try and figure out what's going on with their family. They are going to look on the couch and find the decapitated body of their father, who has a kind of like a spear stabbed through him. And they're of course going to figure it out. Or not figure out. They're of course going to freak out. I can't remember what happened to their mother. I can go quickly double check. I can't entirely remember what happens to her though. Drive. I'm gonna quickly go look this up because I want to remember what happens at least. No, Google Docs. Fucking hell. Google Docs. Docs. Okay. So yeah, they are gonna find. This is the Flowering Games. Oops. There's Project Beats. So they are going to. Got it. Ba-ba-ba. Yeah, so they are going to find the decapitated body of their father with a glowing, jagged red blade, just kind of like a serrated sword, just stabbed into his body. And they can't find their, or they can't find his head anywhere, but it's obvious who it is. Um, uh, do they find their mother? They do not find their mother. I don't think they find their mother. Point is, mommy is dead. Mommy gets killed. Yeah. I can't see any any explanation behind where mom went, but mom is dead. Rhonda is dead. So they're gonna see they're gonna see their dad on the couch dead. Lucinda's gonna run off deeper into the house to try and find her. While she's doing that, so she runs off deeper into the house to go find her. While she's doing that, Maria comes in, or Maria is like, "Hey, don't do that. We don't know what's going on." As she goes to stop her, she gets cut off by this big, hulking Aegis with glowing blue eyes. She's gonna get stopped by it and is like, "What the hell?" The thing is going to swipe at her, and as a result, she ends up losing her left arm. So her left arm ends up getting cut off. She gets thrown off to the wall. She survives it, but she's like thrown off, and she's borderline trying to like keep herself and hold composure and just stay around. But yeah. Meanwhile, Lucinda is going to come running into her room trying to find her mother, and is instead going to be cut off by Negabeats. I will have an image of Negabeats soon-ish, or not soon-ish, but I will have it up on screen soon-ish. Just at the moment, it's not there because it's part of a bigger image that I want to hold off for now. So she's gonna run in and see Negabeats, and is like, "What the fuck? That's a Dark Rider." So a Dark Rider is a thing in Common Rider where it's an evil Common Rider. That's the easiest way to explain that. So she's gonna see it and be like, "What the fuck? Why is there a Dark Rider in my house? These things aren't real," because she's a Common Rider super nerd, obviously. She's gonna get antagonized by Akuma for a moment before Akumu takes off her suit, which then reveals, Yami. And of course, Lucinda, upon seeing Yami, is gonna be like, "What the fuck? This is me, but not me at the same time." She's gonna freak the fuck out and start trying to run. Akumu is going to transform again and try to attack her. She's gonna miss, but she basically tries to kill Lucinda, but fails. The creature, or the Aegis that was fighting, or that attacked Maria, is gonna lurch closer before stopping and turning around and heading back over to where Lucinda ran. Akumu is going to order it to block the door, which it does. It does at first. Lucinda's going to freak out and be like, "Oh god, does Akumu have a massive..." No, can we not talk about the bits of my characters for this stream, please? Fuck, what was my train of thought? Okay. This big Aegis is going to block off the door, and Akuma is going to be like, "I got you now, bitch." Lucinda is going to rightfully freak out for a moment, but then the Aegis kind of moves out of the way. Just enough for Lucinda to be all, "What the fuck is happening? I don't care," and then dip. So she dips through this opening that this Aegis gave her. Akumu, rightfully pissed off, is like, "We're gonna have words about this later," and she goes to chase after her. Akumu, Lucinda ends up tripping. She ends up falling trying to get away. As a result, Akumu ends up slicing off her feet. So she ends up getting her feet completely removed at the ankle. Akumu chases this rogue element. She's going to get her feet cut off at the ankle, and the Aegis is going to be like, the Aegis not really wanting to kill Lucinda, instead kind of fights back against Akumu and kind of pushes her away. Akumu gets rightfully pissed off, fights back the Aegis, and then they end up retreating because Akumu is really fucking pissed that this Aegis disobeyed her. So they retreat. Lucinda crawls out of the house. Her feet cut off. No, she doesn't really get faster. She like literally crawls back to her shed and kind of curls up underneath one of the tables. So she just goes into complete hiding. She is scared. She's confused. She is in pain, both physically and mentally. Meanwhile, Maria manages to muster up the strength to get up and like try and track down her sister, but then immediately sees her feet on the ground and assumes Lucinda is dead. And as a result, she shambles out of the house and away from her sister. Because again, assuming she is dead. Now, Akumu is gonna get back to their base. Ignorant cat. So, she just witnessed her father die, she can't find her mother, and then she finds her sister's body parts. I think it's safe to assume, even if you were in this situation, that yes, your family is all dead. You are now alone in this world. So, back at whatever headquarters Akumu is using, she's pissed. She's fucking livid. She... I'd at least have hurl. She basically has the rest of her Aegis kind of strapped down the one that essentially fought back against her, the one that like she had as her side the whole time. She has them strap her down to basically rip out her soul energy to use as fuel for her machine, which is still in production. Now, the thing about this Aegis is she considered it perfect, or Akumu considered it perfect. It was basically, it had 0 flaws up until the point it fought back against her. The fool, right? Because of this perfection, this Aegis was able to separate itself from whatever was trying to extract their soul long enough for the soul to slip away. That soul is Cyan. So, where's my Cyan image? Is it this one? No. Is it this one? Yes, it's this one. So, we're gonna do this. Lucinda is Akumu? No. Lucinda is not Akumu. Or, well, okay. An alternate dimension version of Akumu is being, or an alternate dimension version of Lucinda is being possessed by Akumu. So, Cyan is gonna run. Cyan is gonna fucking book it. She's gonna run to try and just get as far away from Akumu as possible. While she's running, she is going to find the town that they basically just ransacked. Knowing she had the memory still of like the effort she did, so knowing like not only what she did at that town, but also how she tried to help Maria and Lucinda the best she could. She knew that at least one of them was still alive. So she basically returned back to, wow, that was a compressed version of saying yes. Akumu, or Lucinda is not Akumu with an asterisk. Lucinda is being possessed by Akumu, but Lucinda is not Akumu. In no way, shape, or form is she Akumu. I have already explained that Akumu is trying to kill Lucinda's. The bad guy slashes herself. No. So, Cyan is going to get back to Lucinda's house, and she's going to start looking around. She's going to go inside and investigate to see if either Lucinda or Maria are there. She is going to find Maria's arm and Lucinda's feet, as well as, like, you know, the bodies. Not their bodies, but, like, the bodies of their family. She's going to go in, but she's not going to find them. She's going to, like, search around for a moment. Meanwhile, inside Lucinda's shed, Lucinda is seeing a glowing blue light through like the cracks in the door and whatnot. Lucinda, scared for her life for a moment, but then is like, I am going to bleed out here, or I am going to get found by the bad guys and they are going to kill me. I am dead no matter what I do in this instance. So she basically cries out, like, hey, I'm here. This is where I'm at. Cyan is going to come over. She's going to find Lucinda underneath the table and is just going to sit down next to her. Lucinda didn't realize it at first that this is the same person, but they're basically going to talk for a moment. Let's see, how did that conversation go? I'm just double checking this. Here we go. Yeah, so she shows up, and is this the Ascension story? I don't know. So, okay. I was a little out of order, so I'm going to rewind a bit just because I fucked up the ordering. Okay. What do you mean? I fucked up the ordering. We're going to rewind back to where Cyan showed up. I'm cross-referencing the actual story. Again, this is a combination of what's in my brain and what's written down. I just went back to go look at what's written down, and I explained it wrong. So I am sorry. Lucinda, or Cyan, is going to get back to Lucinda's house. She's going to get back there. Lucinda is going to find, or not find, Lucinda is going to see from her hiding spot, like the glowing. She's going to call out. Cyan's going to show up and basically be like, hey, I'm not with them. It's okay. Are you going wibbly wobbly? Shut up. No, we're not. I'm restarting my explanation. Okay. Cyan's going to show up at Lucinda's house, or the Rosley household, and Lucinda's going to see the light through the windows, through the cracks in the doors and whatnot. Again, she's going to be like, I'm going to die no matter what. Fuck it, might as well. So she calls out for help. She just calls out. She just says, I'm over here. She gives where she's at. What does that sound? It's weird. She's gonna basically, point out where she's at. Cyan's gonna show up. She's gonna go inside the shed. She's gonna find Lucinda and is like, hey, it's okay. I saw who did this. I saw them run away. I'm not with them. I'm not part of them. She's going to ask if there's any survivors. Basically, she's not going to say get it together. She's just going to be consoling because, she doesn't want to see Lucinda suffering. At the same time, she knows what happened. So she's going to ask if there were any survivors. And Cyan's going to be like, I know I left both of them alive. I'm going to go see if I can find Maria. She doesn't say that. She's just like, hey, I'm going to go inside the house. I'm going to go have a look around. I will be right back. I promise. So Cyan gets up. She gets out of the shed. And she heads inside. She goes looking around for Maria. She doesn't find her. She finds her arm. And she finds, the body parts and whatnot. She finds the bodies. She explores around, and she finds a version of the Beats driver. This is Lucinda's version. Again, she is a nerd. She is a Kamen Rider nerd. The version of the Beats driver the version of the Beats driver that she finds it's like a cosplay thing. It's just meant to be decorative. It's not meant to be anything specific. She basically takes the Beats driver and brings it down to Lucinda. Um, she brings it to Lucinda and is like, hey, the person that did this was wearing something similar to this. Lucinda gets defensive and is like, are you saying I did this? Are you saying this is what I did? Are you saying I'm responsible? Cyan just responds with no, but I think you can fix it. Or I think that you're able to, fix it. You have the power to fight back or do something about it. That sparks motivation in Lucinda, but then she remembers she doesn't have feet anymore. And as they're talking, Cyan, give her the power. As they're talking, Cyan is starting to fade. Cyan is completely ready to accept this. Her body is just slowly starting to fade away. And Lucinda, in a scared moment of desperation, is just like, hey, no, don't go, please. I don't want to be alone right now. Cyan is all she's basically like, I have to, I basically need to basically consume souls in order to stay around now because I'm a ghost. What exactly did she say? Hang on. Yeah, she just says she would need to harvest her soul for her own energy, or she would have to harvest Lucinda's soul for her own energy. That's what Cyan says. And Lucinda is like, no, hang on, I still need you to answer things. There's got to be some way. Cyan says the harvest thing. And Lucinda's like, so fucking what? I don't give a shit. I just need you around still. And she's just like, take it all if you have to. I don't care. Just please don't go. Don't die, please. Cyan is still very hesitant because she doesn't want to kill Lucinda. But then Lucinda gives the offer of like, hey, how about instead, if you aren't going to do that, then possess me and leech off of me. So Cyan accepts it because like it's super obvious how desperate Lucinda is at this point. So she accepts it. She possesses Lucinda, and she basically gets to stay around, and they combine. Basically, yeah. Cyan possesses Lucinda. Lucinda's like, this is a fucking weird sensation. No, she does not die. I keep saying she doesn't die. Lucinda's like, this is a weird feeling. I haven't felt this before. This is very interesting. And Cyan basically just kind of leeches off of Lucinda's soul. She doesn't actually fully consume it ever. She just kind of leeches off enough for her to stay around. But Lucinda notices that her eye changed color. She notices there's like a... Or does she notice her eye? Hang on. What is it she notices? Okay. Lucinda basically asks for a name. And Cyan's like, I don't have one. No, she's not a necromancer. Again, Lucinda never dies. Cyan's not bringing anyone to life. Lucinda is basically using her soul, just like a little bit of her soul, to keep Cyan around. Cyan's just taking enough so that she doesn't fade away completely. No one dies. Neither of them die. So Lucinda basically asks for a name so she has something to refer to her by. And she also asks if she remembers anything. Cyan says no, she doesn't remember anything, and she doesn't remember if she has a name. Necro, but no, someone dies in order for them to be resurrected. That's not the same thing. It's a form of healing, not resurrection. Anyways. What was I saying? So Lucinda basically asks for a name. She asks if she remembers, or she asks if Lucinda remembers anything. Or she asks if Cyan remembers anything. Cyan is just like, I don't have any memory of anything. I don't know what my name is. I don't remember anything. So Lucinda is just all like, well, I gotta figure out a name for you. So how about we call you Cyan, because you glow that color. And Cyan is just like, yeah, I can dig it. So she just accepts the name Cyan. In doing that, or after doing that, Lucinda's just like, huh, I'm still gonna bleed out. We fixed your problem. Now how do I fix my problem? What ends up happening is Cyan is she's not a god. So what ends up happening is Lucinda's like, hey, I'm still gonna bleed out. And Cyan is basically all like, let me try something. And I put it as numbing the pain, but what's really happening is redirection. Yes, I know. What's really happening is Cyan is redirecting Lucinda's pain onto herself so that Lucinda can get up and basically like wrap her like the stumps just to keep herself from bleeding out, just to like, stop the bleeding, cover up the wound, clean it up the best she can, and just fucking relax. Just have a moment. That is when Lucinda makes a promise. She basically makes a promise to Cyan that she is not gonna let anyone die. Yes, if Cyan had not come back for Lucinda, she would have bled out. Lucinda, without Cyan, had given up on life. Her family, she witnessed her family dying. She is currently losing blood, and there is a monster out there in the world that specifically targeted her. So in her eyes, she was dead. So without Cyan to show up, she would have just passed out in the shed, she would have bled out, and she would have died. Is the only way Lucinda lives based only on Cyan? In this instance, yes. But yeah, she basically makes a promise with Cyan that she's not going to let anyone die. She is done with death. She's not going to let anyone go through that, not while she has something she can do about it. And then that's the prologue. That is the prologue to Project Beats. It is the backstory for Lucinda. I really like how it came out. It has a little tinge of the Kamen Rider flair because you have Negabeats fucking shit up. But it's, yeah. That's just the prologue. There's still so much more that I could be going on about. And I will. I will keep going. Does anyone have any questions yet? Any questions about the prologue? Any questions in general? Is there any like little story beats they're wondering about? Anything, you know, something I didn't explain well enough, or something I didn't really touch on, or if there's like a curiosity? I have a question. You always have a question. What's up? Does she have panties? Actually, no. Canonically, Lucinda does not wear underwear because she doesn't like how it feels. Contrary to this image, that is a sort of like a tube top she's wearing, or not tube top, but like a fucking, what is it called? God, fucking short shirt. I don't remember what it's called. I'm blanking on it now. Crop top. She's wearing a crop top under that. But yeah, she does not wear underwear. She doesn't like how it feels. She especially does not like how it feels in the Kamen Rider suit. So weird question to ask that actually does have an in-universe lore explanation behind it. Anyways, I gotta hide these fuckers because they mean nothing. I can actually hide this image completely. Is this the... Yeah, I can actually get rid of this one. Yes. That's... Yeah, I need that image specifically for her from now on. Okay. Are you guys ready for Act 1? Other questions? You know what? Yeah, let's do some questions. I'm gonna drink some water as well. I do actually need to take a breath because I've just been talking for 2 hours. Hey, Bean. Do you think Akumu would build a corporation of her other selves that aren't worth slaying? No, because it's not with Akumu killing the alternate versions of herself. She is doing it out of self-hatred. It's not a you are not worth killing. It's an I'm not worth living. That's why she's doing it. In her eyes, if it is a version of herself, then it is someone that needs to die. Yes, it's a self-pity thing. Something I forgot to touch on. Because I even thought about it too. I'm like, this feels weird that I didn't say this. What was her name? The members of Dual Dragon are Milia and Akumu. Like that dimensioned version of Akumu. They're music. Dual Dragon is a music artist or a music group that is made up of Milia and Akumu. We'll touch more on Milia later. But for right now, Akumu obviously dead. Milia is missing. No one knows where Milia is. She literally is the strongest version of herself. We haven't gotten to part 4 yet, so brace yourself. Oh god. Yeah. She's not the strongest. Akumu is not, or the Akumu that we know is not the strongest version of herself. To make it easy, I will say her name fully. It's Akumu Garuma. Just to make it easy. There's going to be a point where I explicitly refer to her as Garuma for a while, just to make a differentiation. But we have like Lucinda Rosley, we have Sienna Zur, or Sienna Zur. Either of those two work. It's just a pronunciation thing. I say Cyan and Cien at times. It's just a back and forth that I go between. But yeah, there's Lucinda Rosley, Maria Rosley. It's just an active, like, who's alive, quote unquote. Lucinda Rosley, Maria Rosley, Sienna Zur. Yami Rosley. She can still be labeled as Yami Rosley because it's an alternate Lucinda. Yami Rosley and Akumu Garuma. There's a lot of Rosleys. And only one of them is different. One time travel comic where a reporter reports on a doctor that solves time travel. The end of the comic is the reporter time machine and saying to her past self, I am already here. What? That line doesn't make sense. Oh yeah, I also want to point out a thing with with Just Wings, because I'm sure people have noticed it. After this whole rambling of my characters, there is a member of Just Wings by the name of Cyan in our server. That is because they are meant to be the server owner. They are my alt account. But they're just like a backup account that I have. She comes through the time machine and kills herself saying, I'm already here. That creates paradoxes that we're not going to get into. Alright. Are you guys ready for Act 1? I've just explained she stabilizes herself by killing her past self. I don't follow, I'm sorry. Anyways, Act 1. Are you guys ready for the fuckery that is Act 1? Because it's gonna be a doozy. Actually, Act 3 is gonna be a doozy, but that's when we get there. That's for later. Alright. So, we know Lucinda, we know Cyan. However, oh yeah, we know Lucinda, we know Cyan, we know Yami. However, this is a quartet. This is your good old quartet. And you know what a quartet needs? Quartet needs a drummer. Images. Image. Add. Quartet needs a drummer. So you know what? Let's get our drummer into this mix. Quartet needs 4, yes, but they also need a drummer. Because it's not a barbershop quartet. Quartet needs a drummer. So let's get a drummer into this. This is Katrina Silas. Also goes by the name of Casey. She is a Lamia, also Project Beats, hell yeah, reference. That symbol you're going to see pop up anytime Project Beats is related to it. But yeah. This is Katrina Silas. She goes by the name of Casey. She is a lamia, so half of her is a snake. It is very ironic the fact that I put her. So happy everyone has huge personality. Shut up. um, but yeah, so Act 1 starts with Casey. It starts off from her perspective. It's just to like set up the introduction of her because from here on out she's going to be an important character. It's just for the prologue that she's not important. So Casey is going to, or she's like getting off a bus. Like this is the start of Act 1. She's getting off a bus outside of the Ground City University. I don't remember the accurate name for it, but she's basically going to. Never seen you wear her. There's a lot of characters that I don't bring out on Second Life, very intentionally because I don't want people looting them, or getting like extremely horny over. I bring them out sometimes just to show them off, but I don't ever, actively use them. Another part of it is I use the avatars that I, identify as. It's not so much her being looted because there is porn of her that exists. But it's more of a case of I don't want people trying to loot her while I'm active as her. This is a weird conversation we're not going to go down. But yeah, that's why I have a lot of these avatars made on Second Life, but I don't use them because they just exist for reference material. Notaki. But yeah, so Casey shows up. She's getting off a bus, and she's at the Ground City University. Funny little bit is like she approaches the staircase and is just like, I'm gonna have to take the ramp, aren't I? Fuck, because she's half her body is a snake, and while yes, snakes can climb. While snakes can climb stairs, it's not as easy as if they were to have legs. So she basically has a moment of just being embarrassed of like, I have to go find the fucking ramp up. So she takes the ramp up. Is Pujawa here? You gotta slither. Is Pujawa here? Pujawa's not here. Damn, I was kind of hoping they were here. Pujawa makes a nice little cameo. One of her characters makes a cameo in this scene, which is very nice. So she gets inside. She goes up to like one of the office windows, and the woman working it is one of Pujawa's characters. So she's not one of mine. I'm not gonna bring her up because I don't have her saved. I don't think. Do I have her saved? Friends. Pujawa. Yeah, I don't have her saved, unfortunately. So basically, she goes up to the window and is like talking, and she's like, "Hey, I'm here for like the medical program you guys have. Could you just tell me where that's at?" And she's like, "Yeah, it's up on the second floor." Casey is just immediately like, "Second floor? Do you guys have an elevator?" The girl is just like, we do, but it's more of something for, people who can't really take the stairs." Casey's just like, "Yeah, could you peer over the counter?" So she kind of looks up and is like, "Oh, okay." So she directs her to where the elevator is, and Casey goes over to find her. She goes over to find it and go up the elevator. Shortly after Casey leaves, Yami shows up, or Akumu shows up, still possessing Yami, and is like, "Hey, I'm looking for this Lamia girl. Have you seen her?" She's a bit flirtatious about it, so she's getting a little flirty with it. Um, the uh, the lady working there is like, oh yeah, she's with the medical program, and she's like, cool, cool. Then she starts getting ominous about things, and she starts leaning in, getting really teasy with things. Um, she starts flirting with the idea of building an army and whatnot. And then she leans in for just a little kiss, a little smoochy smooch. And give me 1 second here. She leans in and she does like a really seductive kiss. But this is what I basically refer to as Akumu's kiss of death. Second. Basically what she ends up doing is she does a deep kiss onto this attendant, and as she's pulling away, she sucks out her soul and she basically devours it, which in turn leaves this office worker just slumped over dead on the counter. Cut back to Casey, who's just like trying to figure out school life. Casey runs into an old friend of hers by the name of Taina. Very hard for me to pronounce the name. Tayna. Taina. Or is it? Hang on. I think there's a specific way to spell it that I just did wrong. Did I spell it right? Don't have her saved into my folder. Okay, cool. Good to know. I think that's how you spell it. I'm gonna have to cross-reference Second Life later, but I believe that's the spelling of her name is Taina. So she meets up with Taina, who's this blue jay. I don't have an image representation of her, unfortunately. But she is this blue jay. She just idolizes Dual Dragon. She was a huge Dual Dragon fan before, all that shit happened. Them sort of not splitting up, but Akumu, the base dimension Akumu, we'll call her Akumu B. Akumu B's death impacted her. She wanted to be a famous rapper. So she enrolled to study English. She wanted to major in English so she could, make good rap songs that aren't trash. And the death of Akumu B basically affected her. She's very upset about it, but she's not really gonna stop with her dream. But she is still upset that the band is gone, that she lost her favorite musicians. So they kind of meet up, and they're just kind of chatting. They're just being friends. They're just hanging out, having the time of their life. And then Akumu finds them. And Akumu is very threatening about it. She's trying to flirt with Casey to, get her on her side, to be like, you should become an Aegis. You should do that. Casey's not having it, and she's starting to fight back. That's when Akumu transforms into Negabeats and freaks out Heather. That's when Akuma transforms into Negabeats. She freaks out Casey and Taina. And Akumu basically unleashes her Aegis on the university. An evacuation happens. Everyone's leaving the building. But Casey and Taina are trapped on the second floor. The two of them try to run away. Taina basically scoops up Casey in her claws and she starts trying to fly. She starts flying through the hallways with Casey in tow. That's when a beam falls down on top of Casey's tail and pins her in place. Taina tries to help save her, but can't because like the building is falling in. So she flies out. She's like, I'm gonna go get help. I promise. She flies out of the building, and then the whole thing collapses in on itself, trapping Casey in rubble. So Casey basically gets trapped in this rubble. Taina meets up with the rest of the school, and they basically, leave. They go to a safe spot. They make sure everyone's there. Not everyone's there because Casey is, trapped. She's in rubble, but they're not able to find her. They have search parties come out, but she ends up trapped in there for 3 days. But they never find her body. So 3 days after the building falls in on itself, Casey starts to hear music. She very weakly, kind of tries to get up, but she can't because she's, trapped under all this rubble. So she hears music. She sees a motorcycle. She sees a motorcycle start coming around, and she tries to call for help, but all she's able to get out is just like a help kind of thing, where she can't really, say anything. That's when we cut to Lucinda, our favorite cat girl. She comes around the corner. She's riding her bike. It's a bike that she made. Something I forgot to mention. There is a 3-year time skip between not technically not me, because Lucinda is an alternate version of me. It's technically not me, but also still me. But we're not going to address that. For all intents and purposes, Lucinda is someone else. So something I forgot to mention. There is a time skip between. It's like a 3-year time skip between the prologue and Act 1. So there's a 3-year gap. During that gap, Lucinda basically makes her gear, she makes her bike, she makes her driver. She got all that help from Cyan. So KC basically hears this music. Fun detail about the Beat Striker, which is the name of her bike. It sounds when you were to if you were to listen to this bike, it sounds like its own one-man band type of deal. Like the engine itself sounds like drums while it's driving. Like the idle sound is like a drum solo, but when you hear like the actual engine like revving up, like actually kicking into gear, it sounds like guitars and shit. It sounds like it's playing its own fucking song. So she's hearing the sounds of the Beat Striker. She tries to call out, but gives up because there's like no way for Lucinda to hear. Now, the thing with that is while there's no way for Lucinda to hear her, Cyan gets this like, hey, I think someone's alive over there. I can sense someone's spirit over there. Like she senses the soul energy. So Lucinda, Parks, Casey is like, I'm fucking dead because, she thinks that, hey, they didn't hear. They're gone now. So Lucinda Parks, she starts walking over, and then she starts digging through the rubble, and she digs Casey out and just gives her a hand. Is like, hey, you've been trapped under there, haven't you? So she gets her out. She pulls her out into the field. She gives her a small snack because she hasn't eaten in 3 fucking days. And they just kind of chat. Casey is very skeptical because how did she live? You can survive 3 days without food. Hang on. It's how long can you go without food? 30 to 50 days without food and die in 43 to 70. So, you can live. So less about food, more about water. Well, let's see here. How long can you go without water? 3 days. About 3 days. Person can survive for about 3 days. However, some factors water individual's bodily needs. KC is a massive lamia. So, more than likely, A, she can survive 3 days without water. And B, yeah, snake. So she has the capability of surviving 3 days. Now, she's still fucked up. She is badly injured because she had a whole building collapse on her. She's had no food. She's been breathing like the same crappy, dusty, dirty, ashy air. Yeah, so while yes, she survived, she could survive the 3 days, she's still in hell those 3 days. So yeah, let's actually do a little more research on this, because now I'm curious. How long can a snake go without water? A week or so without having water. They can survive for a week without water. So yeah, they can go years without food, or they can go upwards a year without food, but a week without water. It's only been 3 days. She hasn't hit that week mark, so she's fine. She can survive it. Something you're going to learn, I do my fucking research when it comes to these. I make sure that all of this is possible. Or not all of it, because obviously it's fucking superheroes in a magic suit fighting fucking monsters, so that's not possible. But, like, there is a realism to it. I try and put a realism into everything. Like, Casey living for 3 days without water. For a human, that's not super possible. For a snake-wolf hybrid, that is possible. I researched this just now. I did that. No! Okay. Do you guys know how an emergency stop feature on an elevator works? Is that a thing that people know? Because I know how it works now. I'm going to wait for an answer to that. Tigress is like giving the arrow. I might have talked about this on stream. You're talking out your tits now. Hang on a sec. Do you know how the emergency stop? I want to prove that I do my research. Because the emergency stop feature works by you push the button and it halts the elevator in place and it puts it into a safe mode that either locks it in place or it sends it down to the bottom floor. You can sort of toggle it between stopping and going down. Yeah, so basically you can, it goes into a safe mode, like a catch mode, where it will go to the bottom, and then it'll go into a freeze mode where it will just stop moving in place. I know this because I wanted to do a fight scene inside an elevator where the characters fight against each other to try and get the elevator moving. Several floors up. That was shaky every now and then, unresponsive. Sorry, the snake ass is completely unrelated. Sorry. I just wanted to prove I do my fucking research of... I have so much useless knowledge because I'm like, I'm gonna put this in the story. Oh my god. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring up that trauma, Tigress. I'm sorry. Anyways, so, back to Casey. No snakes because you a VorTuber. I'm a VorTuber by name alone. I barely fucking bring it up. Anyways, so. Lucinda and Casey start talking between each other. Casey is super skeptical about Lucinda because someone who looked exactly like her, except silver, tried to kill her. So Casey is sitting there like, hey, how do I know you didn't just dye your fur and put in contact lenses? Because, like, she's looking at someone who looks basically exactly like her. Lucinda's like, fair, you did just see an alternate version of myself. Um, there's a thing with Lucinda, which I love, where Lucinda will flat out tell you everything and just leave you to go like, what? So she's just like, yeah, that makes sense you would freak out, or that makes sense why you would be skeptical of me because you just fought against, or saw an alternate version of myself who just tried to kill you with monsters. By the way, there's a ghost in my head. And Casey's just like, you're weird. You're fucking weird. I'm sorry. I can't trust you. And Lucinda's like, yeah, you don't have to trust me. Just to know that, hey, if you ever see me, except I have feet, she takes off one of her prosthetics. If you ever see me with feet, just know that that's an evil bitch. So Casey's just like, right. Totally trust that. Lucinda gives away the fact that Cyan's in her head, and that's how she found out about Casey. Cyan is just like, Lucinda, I'm supposed to be a secret, and like actively uses Lucinda's voice, or not voice, but Lucinda's vocal cords to talk, because like it shifts between voices just to differentiate. And Casey's just like, who the fuck is this insane person that just pulled me out of a broken building? What the fuck is going on? While they're talking, an Aegis shows up, like what is known as a brute Aegis. So there's 3 different types of Aegis. There is a brute, a mystic, a perfect, and then there's a 4th one, which is a scout. Scouts are just cannon fodder. They're the ones that get killed instantly. Brutes, fucking massive. Picture the Hulk, but bigger, like a tiny King Kong. Like, just fucking massive boys. They are just there to fuck shit up. And then Mystics, which they kind of use magic. They throw they have like orbs and throw shit. They can throw shit out. No, they are not. I've never said they were. There is no gods. Well, there is a gods, but it has nothing to do with the story. They are not angels. They are Aegis in name alone. But yeah, there's brutes, the big hulky boys that can fucking punch through a building without breaking a sweat. There are, where do Aegis come from? They are created by Akumu. There are mystics who can basically create magic orbs and shit that they like fly around and they can fucking throw shit at people. And then there are special Aegis are, they have like a specific thing that they are good at. Like they can be super fast. They can have like a teleportation ability. They can have a specific ability that they can do. And then a perfect Aegis is just like an offshoot of a special Aegis. So Casey and Lucinda are talking, and wait, because she's after. No, she. Akumu already killed that dimension's version of herself. She then went to go try and kill Lucinda. She failed. That Lucinda, or this Lucinda, the main Lucinda that the story is about, is making it a fucking bitch for Akumu to actually do anything. Akumu has not left the base reality. We are still in the same reality that has the Lucinda that got her feet cut off with Cyan that possessed her. This is all the same reality still. Akumu has never left it. She tried to extract Cyan's soul in order to help fuel it, but it is not enough soul energy because it takes a lot of fucking soul energy to tear open a rift. So even if she was successful, she would still be around because it's a lot of energy that needs to be done. So, does that make more sense now, Yele? It requires more than one soul. In fact, it requires hundreds of souls. Yeah. Akumu, the Akumu we're fighting against, has not left. She's still part of the story. This dimension has never this dimension hasn't collapsed. We're still following the same Lucinda. We're still following the same Cyan. This is all still the same dimension. Yes, she prioritizes making the Cyan and Aegis and killing herself. Those are her priorities. Once she met Yami, her priorities changed to making Cyan and Aegis, killing herself, and then killing Lucinda. That's basically how that went. This dimension's Lucinda was the right bitch and has made her life a living nightmare. Just made everything impossible for her, which is, you know, superhero. She's the fucking hero of the story. Of course she's going to do that. So, they're talking, and so she lost her priority. No. She gained a priority. Why is she still in this reality? Because she hasn't finished yet. I keep saying she hasn't finished. She hasn't finished her thing. She hasn't gained enough energy. She has not had the ability to leave yet. Is it making sense? Oh. Oh, I misread. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Misread. Oh. Sorry. Okay. Anyways. So. Where was I? Right. So Lucinda and Casey are talking. Casey's not trusting Lucinda because to her, Lucinda's just a fucking psycho. Far as Casey knows, she's probably the one that tried to kill her. Fucking visually, she just looks insane. She's talking to herself. She's just fucking rambling about shit that, to her knowledge, does not exist. So yeah, Casey's just like, what the fuck? That's when a brute Aegis comes in. Again, big hulking behemoths. The Aegis is like, there's Lucinda. That's perfect. Fucking the girl I came here to get, and the girl my boss wants me to kill. Two birds with one stone. So, Lucinda's like, fuck yeah, I get to test out a thing. So she goes into her console, and not into her console, but into her bike, and she pulls out a Beats driver, as well as this thing in my hand that I've been using as a pointer this whole time. This fun little tool right here. This is the Beat Slasher. It's a sword with a speaker on it. On top of that, there's a way for me to get this in here. Hang on. There's a way for me to get this in here and be safe for Twitch. Add source. Okay, we're gonna do this. Add source. Hang on. Okay. There's a way for me to make this safe for Twitch. So if I do this, and then browse, hang on, I can actually, hang on. That will actually fuck shit up. I don't want to add the same source. Source, image. Is it like the bad bitch? What do you mean the bad bitch? The villain. No, the Brute is working for Akumu. Again, the Brute is an Aegis. It's just one of Akumu's soldiers. He is just a monster that Akumu sent out to go and get KC. In going to try and find KC, he ends up finding Lucinda as well, because, you know, Lucinda saved KC. So he's like, hell yeah, I get to go in and I get to fucking, not only do I get to, you know, do what my boss asked me to do, but also I get to kill that bitch who's been foiling our plans, who's been like stopping us from doing things. So he, hang on, I'm gonna use this image for now. Yes, Akumu is the villain. Akumu is the main villain of the story. Where the hell did my... Oh, okay, I understand. Akumu? No, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with liking Akumu. Alright. Okay, so I can do up to there. There, I think. Hell yeah. I can actually back up a bit. Perfect. So, there's a lot of shit on screen. So, music note. Thank you. We're going to get to that in just a moment, like literally just a second. So, Lucinda's going to pull out the Beat Slasher. The Beat Slasher is the thing I've been using this whole time. It basically has the ability to swap between a... I can't hide this. I'm trying to, like, spoiler. I'm making it hard. Okay. So yeah, the Beat Slasher, it has a sword form, which I have been using as a pointer this whole time, and a gun form, which you can see right there. So basically, it's a... She pulls out the essentially prototype to them. And she's like, fuck yeah, I get to test this. So she pulls out her gun. She pulls it out in gun form. Or she pulls out... Yeah, she pulls out in gun form. And she's like, hey, check this shit out. She shoots the fucking Brute, but it has so much power behind it that she just fucking yeets herself and just flies back into the rubble of the building. It hits the monster and it hurts him. And she just like gets up and is like, "Oh God, Saya, don't let me do that again." Like as she's sitting up, Casey's just like, "What the fuck is her problem?" Um, that's when she is like, "All right, let's use the suit with this." So she equips her belt, she equips her driver, we transform, and we get Kamen Rider Beats. It's like a railgun, but you get all of the recoil. Yeah. Um, but yeah, she transforms into this Kamen Rider Beats. Uh, the namesake of the story because the basically everything is referred to in terms of the Beats system is referred to as Project Beats. But yeah, this is Beats. I fucking love the design of Beats. She looks so fucking good. And now that we have Beats here, I can actually do this. We are going to... You're fine. There is a little delay to my knowledge, so... News source. Browse. We're going to add... No, not that image, not that. Add that. We're going to scroll this over here. I'm going to hide some things real quick. We're going to hide KC just so we can get a better look at it. Where did Negabeats go? Where did my... Oh, there it is. There we go. Okay. Negabeats. We're going to browse. Boop. We're gonna pull up this one just to be safe because it's censored. Oof. Okay, I have a lot to hide. Thank God I used the censored one. Alright, we're gonna bring that to that, maybe? Yeah, good enough. So yeah. We now have... Nice porn. Hush. It's censored. Ah, fuck. Beats. So now we have Kamen Rider Beats. And we have Negabeats. So now you guys can see what that looks like. I really love these suit designs. There's another one I will pull up in a moment when I get there. But there is... These are basically what the two look like together. Again, I always love seeing this. There's another image that I love seeing even more, but we haven't gotten there yet. But yeah, Beats and Negabeats. So yeah. Lucinda turns into Beats. Point. Lucinda turns into Beats. It's got like a whole henshin song for it. Normally with Kamen Rider there's a jingle. With Beats I actually wrote songs for them. It's I don't want to sing it because it's like embarrassing because music. But it's like a full like 3-minute, 4-minute song. But the important part is when she transforms, it has these big speakers that come floating up, or not floating up, but they come like holographically rise up out of the ground. And she has music notes that just start swirling around her. Then she does her pose, she slots her phone into her belt, and big text comes up for the lyrics that's just hit the beat to the party, let's go. Whoa, 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 whoa. Basically like that. The woes start swirling around her body as the armor forms. But it's meant to be like you have this drum roll going as like a standby, and then as soon as she transforms, all the instrumentals cut out, and you're just hit with the fucking hit the beat. Again, I've done it with... I've come up with a jingle. Does she kick a bad guy? They always kick the bad guy, except for Casey. Because Casey can't kick anyone. But yeah, so she starts fighting to the song. She's kicking ass. She's like fucking destroying the fucking monster. Just beating his ass to this song. He is sitting there trying to fucking fight back. And she's just like, nah, fuck you, you're dead, you're dying. She keeps like doing these flourishes of just going around with her sword, then occasionally backing up and firing at her with her gun. But she's just not letting this guy fight back. He does end up like fucking swatting her away. She goes flying through a building and she gets up and is like, fuck, that hurt. Sai, I need you to suppress. So Cyan suppresses her pain. She gets up and is like, I'm gonna fucking get you. Charges back into him. More attacks, more flourishes. She does her finisher. There's some buttons on either side. One of them changes the form. One of them does her finisher. So she hits the finisher button. She gets shot up into the air. She does this flip. This flip is important because she goes through these different poses that relate to other forms. But she goes through this flip until she reaches the top. And then she rides down on a string of music notes and just fucking kicks through the bad guy. Just kicks straight through him and kills him. He melts away. There is no explosion, by the way. Project Beats has no explosions. I didn't include the Kamen Rider explosions. So she kicks through him. He dies, melts away. He leaves this like stain on the ground. She gets up and is like, fuck yeah! Casey's just watching like, okay, alright, I guess she's legit. And that's when we have our nice little trio of Casey, Cyan, and Lucinda. That's when our little trio starts up. All your characters are female. Yeah, part of that just comes from my own self-hatred. I do have some male characters. I have been branching out into more male characters. But yeah, for the most part, they're all female. Which is fine. I don't have a problem with it. I know I probably should at some point like make important male characters. But for the time being, it's not something I'm worried about. Secretly, they ate all the males. You want to know? You want a canon thing, right? So I don't import, or I don't have any like kink shit in my stories. Solvor, I guess you can include that. Also, there's kink shit in the Flowering Games, but that's unrelated. That's the Flowering Games. No, I think you mean Praying Mantis. So I don't have so I don't have like a lot of kinky things in my stories. However, Vor is an actual canon thing in this world. That is a thing that can happen. It is very illegal for some obvious reasons. And Lucinda secretly has a Vor kink. Canonically. Cyan knows about it. She doesn't fucking fuck you for having a kink. Cyan knows about it because she's been in her head, but she doesn't address it ever. KC doesn't know about it. Iris, like, no one really knows about it except for Cyan and, like, some of the people that listen to, like, because she's obviously in communities. But no one really knows about it other than Lucinda and Cyan. But it's a secret kink that she has. I am debating in stories if I should have a reference to that. Like, she gets distracted by Moz, or if she hears, like, a belly gurgle, it, like, throws her off. I'm debating making reference to that, but it is a secret kink that she has. Obviously, Akumu is voring herself. No, she's not doing that. She is actually straight up killing them. It's not a vor thing. I guess there is soul vor in this because Akumu is fucking devouring souls, but it's not really meant to be, you know, soul vor kink. It's more of like a, hey, this is a plot point because she is a ghost herself. She's just using this feature that she has of herself. It's different from if Lucinda were to eat someone. I was going to say KC, but KC is canonically vegetarian, so she does not do that. Silver is my thing. I'm not surprised, funny enough. Anyways, can I continue? Can I continue with the fuckery that is Project Beats? Because that's the first fight. We're not going to go into every fight, by the way. You're fine. We're only going to touch on, like, important plot details. So I'm not going to be like, hey, here's all the filler arcs. No, I'm gonna do the main arcs. So that was the most important one, was Lucinda fighting Lucinda fighting the Brute. So later on, Lucinda and Cyan are gonna go out. Casey's been with them for like a couple weeks at this point. It's been a while. They've had their fights. Like Lucinda's kicked some Aegis ass. Lucinda's like, they've shared things with KC. They put KC in the loop on a lot of things. KC has seen Akumu at this point. She's seen Yami and Lucinda together. So she's like, oh, you were telling the truth. Cyan most likely at some point would have left Lucinda. Beach episode? No. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not gonna address anything that could be fucking bait, though. Casey most likely would have left Lucinda at some point. Or Cyan would have left Lucinda at some point, so Casey would have been like, oh no, actually. Yeah, probably. Although there is a cool thematic thing that I could do with this, where she doesn't leave. You're witnessing a thonk. I think Betakumu doesn't think much about clothes now. But, I mean, yes, because she's possessing Yami. She's still in Yami's body. Akumu and Yami are still one person. But anyways. So. Lucinda, Cyan, they're gonna just, the Lucinda, Casey, and Cyan, they're gonna be just kind of in their base together, doing a think, like, hey, what do we do about all this shit? Like, what's our next move? Then Lucinda is like, light bulb, what if this version of me is not actually evil, but instead there is an evil version of Cyan inside of her? Just because of like, hey, we're a Lucinda and a Cyan. What if this evil Lucinda is instead with an evil Cyan? Because at this point she's got that wispiness around her eye. She doesn't have any of the markings yet that you see in a lot of artwork. She hasn't gotten those markings yet. We'll get to those in a moment. But for the most part, she still looks like this, except with some blue wispiness around her eyes. Her eye. No, not at all. Akumu. So the names for Akumu and Yami. Negabeats was created first. That was just what they were referred to her as. The name for Akumu and Yami comes from a weird, it's not a saying, but like I was sitting there and I was doing a think and I had a realization that these were fitting names for Yami and Akumu because it's not the dark you should be afraid of, it's the nightmares inside of them. Yami is Japanese for darkness. Akumu is Japanese for nightmare. So Akumu is the nightmare in the dark, Yami. So that's where the names came from. Yeah. I right? It's nerdy. It's nerdy, but also like it's kind of cool. I'm gonna be honest. Having it be like that. Because I could have very easily called Yami Lucinda, but calling her Yami with Akumu just makes the most sense. Because Akumu's been possessing Yami this entire time. Because she's, Nightmare in the Dark. Anyways. We actually... I'm waiting for your actually, sorry. Anyways, continuing this story plot. Bad joke, you're fine. Continuing with this story plot. So, Lucinda, Casey, and Cyan are chilling. Lucinda is like, hey, what if instead of an evil Lucinda, it's an evil Cyan? And they're like, okay, let's rock with this one. So they're out fighting, and they end up encountering with Yami, or Akumu. Lucinda and Akumu fight, and Lucinda gets the upper hand. She knocks Akumu out of suit, and that's when they take a moment to not give Akumu a chance to do anything, and they quickly sort of get out of suit. Cyan quickly reaches into Yami and pulls out Akumu. So she basically removes this evil spirit from Yami. They separate. Casey swoops in. She kind of rescues Yami. Lucinda gets between them. Akumu, rightfully pissed off. She goes to try and fight back. But Lucinda basically fights her off for a moment. Or she basically does enough to like, all right, we got the thing, we did the thing we came for, and we escape. And that's when we get Yami into the equation. And that's when we are at our full Beats quartet. It's when everyone is finally together. Hang on. Actually, I can just do this. Boop. 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 Add source. Image. Add source. New source. Beats. Quartet. Browse. That's when we get this full image that people get confused about. This right here is the Beats Quartet, made up of Lucinda. Hang on, where's my pointer? Pointer. Aha! Made up of Lucinda, Cyan, Casey, and Yami. I love these four. These four are amazing. They are a bunch of shitheads. They're just ragtag. They're like, let's fuck around and find out, because Lucinda don't really make a plan. She just kind of acts on impulse. Casey's like, okay, whatever. I'll fucking follow along with you. Yami's just trying to cope. And then Cyan's like, alright, I've got to deal with Lucinda. I'm basically a babysitter in her head. This image confuses people because it makes them think that they're actually in a band. I commissioned this image as a cover art for a song that I made. It's really old, but because of that, people get it confused. They're not actually a band. They're just a group of heroes. I did this because thematically it works. Like it's all thematically together. You've got the two leads. You've got like the drummer, you got the rhythms and the fucking her Yami doing things. So yeah, I think you did well. Yeah, we're still not done. It's 11:35. Okay, so I think I can get through Act 1 this stream, and then next stream we can tackle others. But I think I can finish Act 1 this stream. So, as you can tell, any image that you have probably seen of Lucinda looks different from the Lucinda that you see right here. Obviously, there's the eye thing. They still need to vanquish Akumu. Yes. So obviously there's still her eye. On this, it has the wispiness. We've already been over the wispiness. It's a thing that gets added throughout the progress of the story. And then her eye being the wrong color, or like this not having the blue eye, is literally just because Cyan is standing right next to her. There's no need for a blue eye if Cyan is not there. However, if you've ever seen any image of Lucinda ever, and I assure you you have, because I've shown her multiple times. She's also on like my FA. She gets put up on Twitter, X. I post her in Just Wings. That's my Discord if you want to chat in Just Wings. If you've seen Lucinda, you've seen her markings. But this image doesn't have her markings. So, here's what happens. Lucinda and Yami go out. Casey is with them, obviously. Casey gets 2 of this weapon that I'm holding. She gets 2 of the Beat Slasher that she uses to defend herself. She's not a rider, though, because she doesn't have a belt. But she gets 2 of these so that she can, fight off against people. So, Lucinda and Yami go out. They henshin. They go into a fight with Akumu. Akumu is now without a body. She's a spirit. She's summoning, she's using her soul energy to create weapons for herself. So she's fighting off against Lucinda, and Yami is, defending her, fighting off other Aegis with KC. However, as the fight progresses, Lucinda's getting in more and more pain. And it's a pain that no matter how hard Cyan tries, she can't dilute it in any way. It just keeps getting stronger and stronger no matter what happens with Cyan. So both of them start suffering. Akumu gets the upper hand. And she ends up winning against Lucinda. Lucinda gets knocked out of armor, and her body basically starts to fade away. It just basically dissolves into these music notes, which basically vanish into thin air. It leaves behind Cyan. Cyan's like, oh fuck, Lucinda's dead. They all are freaking out because Lucinda's dead. The main character of the entire story, who has fought off against everyone, basically the fucking glue for the entire team, has died. So they're freaking out. Yami swoops in. They grab her gear and they dip. They head back to their base. And they're just sitting there like, fuck, what do we do? Like, what do we actually do in this situation? Um, Yami just kind of she separates herself because she just watched herself die and she doesn't know how to cope with that. So she kind of takes Lucinda's phone, she dips off into a different part of the building, and she just hides. Um, Casey is getting pissed because throughout the story, tidbits of information about Cyan's past is starting to go through, and it gets revealed that she was the monster that killed Lucinda's family. She was an Aegis. Casey's like, no, I'm not gonna work with you. I was gonna work with Lucinda. I wasn't gonna fucking work with you. So there's a lot of tension going on. Um, that's when Yami freaks out. And Yami comes running in and is like, guys, I heard Lucinda. And Casey's like, you're probably just hearing yourself. You sound exactly like her. And Yami's just like, no, I heard Lucinda. So she goes and she explains. She was listening to Lucinda's music. She just wanted to listen to Beats of the Party, which is the backing track for that. Trying to listen to that song though, Lucinda's voice came on, scared the shit out of her, so she came running in and explained everything. They're like, excuse me, what? Show me. So, Yami pulls out Lucinda's phone, unplugs her earbuds, then hits play on the song. That's when Lucinda comes back to life, basically, and just reforms as, like, music notes swirling around and just compressing into a physical form, and she has become something known as an audiomorph. And that's when she gains her markings that you see. Lucinda's like, what the actual fuck? I thought I was dead. What's going on here? I thought I was going to be like Cyan. No, I'm still alive, but I'm music now. What the fuck? And then the song ends and she vanishes, and they're just like, wait, what? No, hang on. So it gets revealed that like she has to have her music playing around her in order for her to survive, so they just keep like a playlist going on loop around her just so that she's just around and can exist normally. Um, as a backup measure, though, Lucinda is like, all right, if something were to happen to me, we are fucked. All we have is Yami, and let's be honest, Yami kind of sucks. Yami, she can hold her own, but she can barely fight. So she goes and she creates another Beats driver. And she gives it to... Hang on. She gives it to... Hang on. Pausing for suspense. She gives it to KC, and that's when we get the full Beats quartet. Made up of Kamen Rider Beats, Kamen Rider Nega Beats, and Kamen Rider DJ. I love the design for DJ. Let me see if I can get her in here. What is this? Okay. Yami. I don't know what that. Cool. So I can do this. Let's get an image of DJ in here. About half. Okay. So Alt if I split it in half, it should be fine, right? Yeah, there we go. There's DJ. I love the design for DJ. It's such a cool design. I love the coloring. Where's my pointer? There's my pointer. I love the coloring for it, and it really fits for just a continuation of this sort of theme that we've had going. Hang on. I want to put DJ above Negabeats. And then we can get Negabeats and move her over. And yeah, there you go. The full squad. Created because Lucinda thought she was gonna die. I really love the colors for DJ. I love the neon colors. I love how it works with Beats, but also still is like her own thing. Another thing I love is with Beats and Negabeats to an extent. Beats has these aux cables that she has that are basically like ponytails. So they're coming out of the back of the head, and she basically has the twin tails made up of aux cables. DJ has a fuck ton of aux cables that are meant to be like dreadlocks. So she just has this like flowing mane of just aux cables for her dreadlocks. And of course, like similarly to Beats, you've got like the music styling with the sheet music going on her. On DJ, she's got both her arms, which are they have the same music thing. Both of them actually have I think it's the bass clef. Yeah, that's the bass clef on their chest, designed to look like a heart, but also this is Kamen Rider Beats' bass form, BASS. So she's got the treble clef heart there. I also love the collar on her. Meanwhile, DJ, they both have the same sort of eye marking, or the eye shape. So Beats has a music note with a flag going up and then a whole note. DJ has a whole note, but the music note with the flag is going down, and it's hooking around to be like a microphone. And then she's just got the overcoat going off her shoulder. She's got the same sort of music detailing just on her hands, but also she's got like the neons. Boom, boom, boom. I want to bring up the Beats Quartet again. There it is. But yeah, like Yami. Yami has a version of the Beat Slasher that looks like a scythe. Casey gets 2 Beat Slashers, and then Lucinda has her 1. And then with the holographic text, this is exactly what I was talking about with just hit the beat to the party, let's go. I love it. I love this. I want any excuse I can just to show this one image. I'm going to be honest, a lot of this stream has just been me trying to build up to this image just so I could be like, hey, look at this cool art that I have. This was made by Johima, by the way. Go look her up. She's amazing. I fucking love her. I have a lot of porn by her. We're not going to address that, though. But yeah, no, that's stuff that I love. I love this. I love this. Anyways. So that's the creation of DJ. We got Beats. We got Yami. We got the whole quartet together. Now we still have Akuma to deal with. So something I want to point out is we're going to go back to the map. I want to bring... Where's the Beats Quartet image? I want to hide that real quick. Beats Quartet, we're going to hide that. We're going to bring the map on top. So, here's the map again. Okay, so just to show the path that we are down. Starts here. This is where all the shit happens in the prologue. Lucinda then basically moves to ground. Casey does her shit in ground. They basically hang out in ground for the most part. They'll sometimes branch off into these opening areas. They come up here to fuck shit up sometimes because, you know, it's an enemy base. They're going to go attack the enemy base. But yeah, they just kind of hang out here for the most part. Akumu starts to get leads that are going to lead us into Act 2. Akumu basically finds out about this thing. She finds out about these elemental gems. She basically goes try to figure out where they're at. She heads out into this general area around here. It's generally around here, most importantly underneath Tolden, where this crater is. So she's heading out here. Lucinda comes out here to go and, you know, fight back against her. That's when she meets up with someone named Spectra and someone named Geki. Spectra and Geki, they are... So Spectra is trying to avenge the death of her family. Geki is someone who's basically a friend of hers. She's helping her. She finds, or she's been like watching Lucinda. She basically is like, that's the fucking person who did this. I'm gonna fucking kill them. Like, she is pissed. They end up confronting Lucinda, and they get into a fight. Lucinda drops a prototype driver that she has been working on, and Spectra steals it and turns into Kamen Rider Crossmods. X mods. I don't have an image of Crossmods. I'm sorry. It's something that's still in the works. But it was something she was working on that she was going to find a suitable person to use. Ends up getting stolen by Spectra. Spectra turns into Crossmods, fights Lucinda, and ends up overpowering her. She gets knocked back, she gets knocked out of suit, and Spectra is like, nah, that's not right. And she like sits there and stares for a moment, slowly putting her hood down, revealing that she is actually just Maria, but with a brand new, fancy, mechanical arm. And now that I've done that, I can actually bring in the image of Geki, because that image connects up with this one. New source, Geki. Browse. Where is Geki? Where is Geki? Geki. Geki. Oh, Geki, you're big. Hi, Geki. Geki, can you be the size of Maria for a moment? Ah, cool, thanks. Well, that's not correct, but you know what? A for effort. A little bigger. Ah, cool. Yeah, no. That's Maria and Geki. So, basically, Maria fights her sister thinking that Maria fights Lucinda thinking Lucinda is Akumu, and not knowing that her sister is dead, or alive. She thought her sister was dead the whole time. Basically, what happened after the events here, Maria basically escaped. She slipped out, and she kind of fell down on a hill and was just staring off at her home while she's just like holding her arm. Geki finds her and basically brings her back to health. She, dresses the wound. She keeps her from bleeding out as well. Um, and basically helps Maria cope with, the death of her family. They go back, they steal some equipment from Lucinda's shed. They fashion a mechanical arm for Maria so that she has something to use. Then they go off on their own adventures. They basically are fighting Aegis as well. However, they're doing it without any equipment. I will touch on this in a moment. But yeah, they're doing it without their own equipment. They're just doing it with their own bare hands. Maria's arm has a feature where it can basically heat up, and she uses it mostly as her weapon. She does use other things, just whatever she can have on hand as a weapon. But for the most part, her fist is her weapon. So she does a lot of punching of things. It super heats, so she can, kick ass a lot better. When they fight with Lucinda, Lucinda drops the modified driver, which is the prototype driver. It's the thing that's in her hand, so she can basically use it like a gun. And she basically, after fighting Lucinda, the two are just like, oh my god. Like, this is the first time in like 4 years that they have seen each other. They thought that they were dead. So they were just sitting there, just trying to cope with everything. Geki, she's not evil. She's actually a fucking sweetheart. So she wasn't really trying to get Maria. She wasn't really egging Maria on to do anything. She's just like, Maria, are you actually sure that this is your sister and not some kind of imposter? And the two of them, like, just Maria seeing Lucinda's reaction of, yeah, or Maria seeing Lucinda's reaction towards just seeing her sister basically affirmed, like, yeah, that's actually her, because they're both just sitting there in complete fucking shock, not knowing what to do about it. So they end up just, these two, they split off for a moment, but then they end up regrouping with Lucinda, like, yeah, I think I'm gonna help you now. Yeah, that will lead into Act 2. So that's the end of Act 1, is Lucinda and Maria reuniting. That's Act 1 out of 4. Oh my god. Any questions? I told you Project Beats was going to take a long time. Project Beats has a lot to it. I love it though. I am being honest. I love how Project Beats has come out. It's wonderful. It's so wonderful. If I don't give the full story, it sounds fucking insane. It's something I have to break up into A, 4 acts, and B, I have to deep dive it. I have to do a full explanation. It's the same way for people who've seen Kamen Rider Build. It's exactly like trying to explain Kamen Rider Build to people, because in order to explain Kamen Rider Build, you have to give away all of the spoilers, because if you don't, it's just guy fights with bottles against robots. Yele, you know what I'm talking about. Oh my god. What are people thinking so far? What is the general thoughts? So we got 3 people in here. We got Yele, we got Tigris, and we got Len. What are the general thoughts? I don't know if Len's still here. Do I need to like re-explain something? Is there something that, any questions, thoughts about anything? Anything bad, anything people like? I have a feeling people passed out on their keyboards. Oh my god. Time is it? 11:59. Okay. I don't think I have enough time to continue with the explanation, but to be fair, I did do a lot. I did go over a lot. I like the maps. Thank you. The maps are nice. I need one for Menrai still, but I do like the Cried map. The Cried map is so cool. Hang on. Let me get all of our loving friends up on screen. Oh, Lucinda has a face full of tail. Yami. We're gonna put Maria and Geki. Can you just not go lightning speed scroll? God damn it. There we go. Oh, how convenient. Okay. We're gonna do that. We're also going to... Ooh. Where's the Geki image? Fuck. There it is. Good enough. Okay. It's our loving cast. Our colorful cast of characters. And I love them all. Cyan, can you get in front of... Can you get to the front, please? Thank you. Alright. Cyan, get closer to Lucinda. Actually, we'll just set this up to be accurate. There we go. Cyan, you're covering Yami. Thank you. Alright, there we go. There we go. A wonderful cast of fucking bitches. The bad bitches. Our main quartet, and then Maria and Geki. These two will be more important for part 2, or act 2. They're also integral characters for Ignition Drive, so these two, they got a lot more to them. Not going to go over everything with them right now, because again, Act 2 and Ignition Drive, they're more important in Ignition Drive than they are in Act 2. They also do some things in Act 4, but them being in Act 4 is more of like, hey, they're just... Lucinda and Maria are vibing together, because they haven't really vibed together in years. Anyways. I think I gotta end it. I will continue another point. I will continue my little deep dive at another point. Because I like doing this. I do actually enjoy this. I don't know how much other people like it, but I like having this just out. I like having it known. I like feeling like people care about it. I'm gonna put the map over here. This is very busy. We're gonna hide the map. There we go. But yeah. God, I love these fuckers. Oh my god. I have so many sources on here now. Anyways. I think I'm gonna end it if no one has anything else to ask. Or if people don't have anything to clear up, I'm probably gonna end it. Partially because I have to go to the bathroom, and I also don't want to get into more of it tonight. Just because of how much there is. Because again, fucking... Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look at this. Look at this. I have a lot. Alright, we're gonna get into that later. We'll cover that stuff later. But in terms of, like... just what's there. All right. Tired. Next stream, I'm gonna try and stream tomorrow. We'll see. My voice is probably pretty hoarse right now. If we do stream tomorrow, I don't think I'm gonna continue. I will continue at some point though. If people want to see more of it, I will give more of it. It's just that's pretty much how it'll be. But yeah. Anyways, that was fun. I do like talking about that stuff. Alright, I'm going to end it so I can run to the bathroom again next stream tomorrow. Don't have an exact time frame of tomorrow because I could wake up the same way I did this morning, or I could wake up properly and have like a proper stream day, which is more than likely. But yeah. Good night, everyone. It's fun. It felt good talking about this and just doing a fucking brain dump and word vomiting. Yeah. I should